Monday, February 12th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, above, or around it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you think we should know before we go on with the meeting? Seeing everybody shaking their heads or avoiding my gaze, I'm going to say let's move on. And first on our agenda is a delegation from the Georgian Bay Islands National Park on the road again. I want to get on the road again. Isn't that some song? I'm going to have an echo with it or something. And I'm going to turn it over to the three reps from Georgian Bay Islands National Park. I got Ms. Welch, Ms. Kirk, and Ms. Girard-Rul. Or is it Rule? Oh, sorry, I can't do that quite properly, but over to you. Yeah, we'll have to turn your mic on. There's a little.
Thank you.
Okay, so turn on. Okay.
And just wondering if we're able to progress through our slideshow. Oh, you're on.
There's a pointer. Laser if you need it, and then just the slides up and down.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So hello, my name is Camille Girard-Rul. I'm the Park Superintendent for Georgian Bay Islands National Park and Beausoleil Island National Historic Site. And I'm here with my colleagues.
Good morning. My name is Katherine Welch, and I'm the project coordinator for the On the Road Again.
And hi, everyone. My name is Kayley Kirk, and I'm a resource management officer.
Okay, so thank you for having us here today. We're looking forward to speaking to you about the On the Road Again conservation project that we've been working on for a number of years now at Georgian Bay Islands National Park. It's not letting me progress. Oh, there we go. Okay, so GBI has been working on a project called On the Road Again for the last 3 years. On the Road Again is focused at reptile and amphibian conservation within the park. And through working with partners and conservation organizations beyond the boundaries of the park. Oops, wrong way, sorry. There we go. So why beyond the boundaries of the park? Well, most park visitors access the park by first traveling down Honey Harbor and South Bay roads. So in fact, by coming to the park, we're asking them to use those roads and therefore increase vehicle traffic coming into Honey Harbor. Reptile populations don't know boundaries and move freely between habitats. So they don't know the boundaries of the park, they don't know the land ownership, and they just move freely throughout their habitats. All 8 species of turtles in Ontario are species at risk, and 10 of Ontario's 15 snake species are at risk as well. So listed under the Species at Risk Act, which is a federal legislation, spotted turtle and blanding turtle are endangered. Snapping turtle and painted turtle are listed as special concern, which means that their numbers are significantly declining. The fox snake is listed as endangered, and the Massasauga is listed as threatened. Road mortality is one of the leading causes of declining numbers of reptiles and amphibians. The other is habitat fragmentation. So reptiles and amphibians freely move across roads in search of nesting habitat, food, mating, and just moving between wetland complexes. So the death of even a small number of adult turtles can have a large negative impact on the entire population. Less than 1 in 100 turtle eggs will hatch and grow to an adult. Turtles mature slowly, and it can take some species 15 to 20 years to start to reproduce. So that's 15 to 20 years before a female lays eggs. They are, however, capable of reproducing throughout their lifespan, and this is why adult turtles are so important to the survival of a species. So just to put it into a little bit of perspective, we have a pictograph here. And to compare a few species, we have the white-tailed deer. So at year 1, we have 1 white-tailed deer. After 17 years of reproduction coming from that single deer, there could be upwards of 912 animals. For black bear, there could be 25. For a snapping turtle, there's still only, after 17 years, that 1 adult turtle. However, it has started to lay eggs. One of the most occurring examples of segmenting resource patches is roads. So how do we improve landscape connectivity, considering the need for roads in our communities? First, we need to understand the areas where the animals are moving and where they are being negatively impacted. So staff at GBI have been conducting road mortality surveys for the past 3 years on Honey Harbor and South Bay Road. We've been working with Georgian Bay Biosphere through this effort. And to speak to our findings, Kayley, who conducted a lot of the road mortality, will give you a brief overview.
Hi, everyone. So yes, in collaboration with the Georgian Bay Biosphere, we conducted road mortality surveys along Honey Harbor Road and South Bay Road. Both roads, which are paved and have speed limits ranging from 40 to 60 kilometers per hour, serve as the main access routes into the community of Honey Harbor, but they unfortunately cut through many critical habitats that reptiles depend upon. So over the course of 3 years, surveys were carried out twice a week from May until September. These surveys were carried out by truck the first 2 years, followed by e-bike this past season, and we collected many different parameters to help us inform mitigation. So the chart displayed on the screen shows all the observations over the 3-year time span, and it shows the impacts to 10 snake species and 6 turtle species. Notably, many of these species are listed as species at risk, which was a classification that wasn't even applicable to many of them just 20 to 30 years ago. 92% of all observations were dead-on-road observations, and adults were disproportionately affected compared to other age groups. So it's important to acknowledge that the information we're presenting to you today is simply a snapshot of the larger picture. As I mentioned, we only went out twice a week. And in fact, during these surveys, we engaged with a few community members and even a road cleanup crew who were actively removing roadkill from these roadways. So there was an aspect of data that we were unable to collect, but I think that goes to show that there is an urgent need for collaboration and a need to mitigate the adverse effects on reptiles. So this is a visual showing all the observations plotted on a map, and as we can see, both roads are completely saturated in data points. And when we merge all those data points together, we get what is called a hotspot map. So on this hotspot map, yellow represents the highest concentration of reptile road mortality, and it shows 2 critical locations along Honey Harbor Road where mitigation should take place. So hotspot 1 and hotspot 2. Looking at these spots really quickly, hotspot 1 is a road segment that is adjacent to a wetland, and hotspot 2 is a little more residential with properties on both sides. And in fact, this area was actually recognized as a hotspot when road mortality data was collected back in 2003, and it led to the implementation of this turtle crossing sign as an initial response to the ongoing issue. So there could be many reasons why these 2 areas are hotspots. Reasons could include driver behavior, driver visibility, but it's also really important to zoom out and analyze the surrounding landscape context. So when we zoom out from these 2 sites, we can see that there are very large and connected wetland complexes that may be playing a significant role into reasons why these areas are hotspots.
So we didn't want to come to you with just the problem. We wanted to provide some ideas for mitigation as well. And there are several that could be implemented to help reduce the declining populations along these roads. So the first, which is kind of the ultimate solution, is an eco-passage. They are very effective. At Bruce Peninsula National Park, they have 5 actually within their park boundaries. And between 2018 and 2023, 7,826 animals used these eco-passages. 4,230 of those were reptiles and amphibians. Then there's the concave half-pipe. Georgian Bay Biosphere has worked with Killbear Provincial Park to install this type of mitigation, and it has proven very effective. It's cheaper than the eco-passage. It's very durable. There's little maintenance. Doesn't snow load doesn't impact it. It is very successful as well. Then there's the fence turnarounds. So essentially what this is you put in Animex fencing, which is just like a high grade landscape cloth, so to speak, and you prevent the animals from crossing the road. So as Kayley mentioned, there is significant wetland complexes on, if we look at hotspot number 1, there's a significant wetland complex on both sides of this road. So if we just deter the animals from crossing that road, we could potentially reduce the road mortality. There's also less expensive mitigations that could be put in place, reducing driver speed. So again, as Kayley mentioned, we took a lot of data when we collected the road mortality, including time of year. So when were we seeing the most movement, which is June and September, when the animals are moving back and forth from their hibernation or nesting sites. So reduced driver speed, so putting in speed bumps or billards like we have shown here, or a flashing sign, some sort of different thing for people to see that catches their attention and is only there during those peak times of travel across the road. That way it doesn't become when some people see signs, they've seen them all the time, they kind of block them out. This would be like a new thing that would get the driver's attention. Community science is also a huge success. Parks Canada has partnered with Ontario Turtle Conservation Centre and created a network of community science groups all through central and southern Ontario, and is proving very successful by getting the community involved to help with road mortality and help with predation and many other aspects of threats facing our species at risk. So how can Parks Canada work with the Township of Georgian Bay? So we are willing to help educate the public and share conservation messaging. And so this could be through community engagement at events, such as like the Honeybee Festival or other events that the community is having. We would be happy to speak to individuals about some conservation efforts that could take place. We'd be happy to help build the community science program. We have experience through Ontario Turtle Conservation Network, and we would be happy to help build that within the Honey Harbor community. We can share resources on best management practices for road work. So there's a lot of like simple acts like time of year. So when we sweep the streets after the winter sand, maybe just adjusting the timeline of when we do that, so the hatchlings that are emerging from the roadside nests aren't affected by that sweeping. as an example. We can offer in-kind support, and we can work with the department, the road department staff on implementing mitigations at hotspots. So one of the things we would be happy to do is taking again a look at hotspot number 1. As Kayley mentioned, if you look to the left of the road, there's a huge wetland complex there. So there's good habitat there for these species. If we installed the Animex fencing as a more immediate mitigation, I would place good bets that we would reduce the road mortality in this area. And this area is where we're seeing our blandings. We're seeing our spotted, our fox snakes, our massies that are declining. And as mentioned, they are endangered and at risk of becoming extinct. So we would be happy to work with the township to put in some more immediate mitigations in this area, like the Animex turnarounds. So at the end, rather than, because the animals will follow the fence, so you put a turnaround so it kind of diverts them back. You could also install a nesting mound, so it gives them habitat to nest in, because that's often what they're in search of. So a couple of takeaways. There are some significant like eco-passage mitigations that could be put in place, but there's also a lot of low-cost, big impact mitigations that Parks Canada would be willing to work with the township on in this area. And we're hoping that this is just the beginning of a larger conversation on how we can work together to mitigate this road mortality, and that we can together make a difference for these species and in the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. I think it's very important. I can't help but observe when you do all your hot spots that along portions of South Bay Road, you show very little. And I think that's probably where the fencing has been put up when they redid the road there. So I think that proves the effectiveness of even just some fencing, let alone various crossings. I'm disappointed, and I did invite the commissioner from the district to stay and hear your presentation, but I guess his priorities didn't allow that, but it's unfortunate because these are district roads. But with that, I'm going to ask, before I make any more comments, whether any councillors want to make any comments. Councillor Hazelton, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you. Good presentation. Very interesting. First question I have is in hotspot number 1, where the road is going quasi north-ish. Most of the wetlands appear to be on the west side of it. Are the animals trying to traverse from the west to the east, or the east to the west, or both?
So that's something we don't have a lot of data on, but if we were to, our guess is that they're just trying to move between aquatic habitats and find nesting grounds. So that's where we're suggesting that if we mitigate even the one side of the road to keep them towards the Georgian Bay side, that we would probably mitigate a lot of road mortality. And if we provided them nesting habitat within there, so a nesting mound, which is just essentially a pile of gravel that they can then nest, because that's often what they're in search of, is that loose gravel that's on the side of roads to nest. If we provided them with that, I believe we would see a dramatic decline in how many animals are being hit.
So what kind of distance of this netting, fencing, whatever you're talking about, what kind of distance of that would you be suggesting, and what kind of cost parameters would be involved in having that installed?
So we don't have the exact distance, but we can easily get that figured out as to like if we were to do that. Animex fencing is a lower cost compared to the other resources, but it's, you know, I think you could easily do that mitigation for probably $5,000 to $7,000, which Parks Canada would be willing to contribute to.
So who would do that work, and who would be supervising that kind of work?
So as we have the experience within parks to install this fencing, we've done it at Bruce Peninsula National Park, and we have partners that have implemented this. We would be willing to like help oversee the installation and willing to help put it in, but we would need some resources to help install.
Okay, so I guess a final comment there. when you made an observation, the road speeds are 60, 40 kilometers. As you know, people don't drive the speed limit.
No.
And I think in the areas that you're talking about, in those hotspots, those are probably normal 80-kilometer runs. And so putting a slow down sign probably wouldn't be effective. So I think going to a different strategy like your special fencing of some kind might be a more likely success than speed reduction.
Yeah, I think so too, as well as working with the community and just informing them and educating them. Because often people just aren't aware. And when we're talking about reptiles, amphibians, they're small animals. So often if you're going at a certain speed, you wouldn't even see them. So educating the public where these areas are and the landowners and the community, I think would also help.
I think it would. I'll offer that I have stopped myself. I've seen other people stop and move things. But if your mental focus is to arrive at the marina, you often aren't thinking about what's on the road.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you've gone past something and you shouldn't have. So I think attempting to change people's behavior is going to be more difficult than changing behavior of the reptiles through this kind of fencing. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just like to thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I think you presented it in a way that we can all understand without getting overly technical. And hopefully, this could, obviously, you can repeat this with other groups and help the awareness. So I'm just curious. I know your resources and your location is in the south of our township, Honey Harbor, and those two roads in particular. But do you know, has the biosphere done any other kind of mapping or analysis of the roads that are leading farther north in our township and up towards Perry Sound?
Yes, because we work fairly closely with Biosphere. They have been monitoring 12 Mile as well as a couple roads more closer to Perry Sound.
Okay, and obviously they're finding similar increase in numbers of mortality.
Yeah.
So I know from our roads where I am that there is definitely a season in the spring and a season in the fall when the turtles are going back and forth, and I can appreciate the mitigation efforts would be useful. And not only is this a mortality issue for these animals, but it also, when people are stopping to help move them across, there are people who are stopped are sometimes around bends, and this can cause other traffic incidents, which is another concern, not just for the animals, but for the vehicles and people in the vehicles. And I appreciate your offer to help fund some of this, and noting that it is a district road, that it's not just our responsibility, but it would be nice to get district visibility on this. But my question would be actually to our Director of Sustainability as to whether or not there might be other funding options to help mitigate, not just with fencing, but with culverts or other solutions that have been provided by the team from National Parks.
Thank you for the opportunity, through Your Worship. We did apply for about $3.5 million actually on behalf of the district to do some work on 12 Mile Bay. And because of the research that the Biosphere and Parks Canada did, we did identify 2 hotspots that would require mitigation if that road were to be successful. So the information is good and valuable and important to, no pun intended, nest into our brains as staff, so that when these opportunities come forward, we can not only look to do road improvement, but also talk about the hotspots. If Your Worship, just one other option, the Biosphere has come forward and identified that for Earth Day 2024, they would like to come into the township and do a turtle nesting box program. And I believe you guys are interested in coming as well. This would be like a little mini marketplace on turtles. Down here in at the Baxter Ward Community Center the week of Earth Week. And I think a lot of that education will be valuable, but you're right, Councillor Hazelton, that I think that the culprits might be those that are hurrying to the marina, and maybe maybe there's an opportunity to do some education right at the marinas about, you remember the old I Break for Snakes program? And when the turtles appear in the spring, the phones ring off the hook here for residents wanting turtle boxes so that they can try to protect and salvage what they see. So I think this year will be really impactful, and the good work of the park and also the biosphere is really leading the municipality into trying to take a educational initiative to support your work.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Very valuable for all of us, I think. My one question is, on Honey Harbor Road, there was a big study done through Parks Canada about the fox snake and the migration from the hypervernaculum on the Hillside Drive across to the now what is developed as the Oak Bay Golf Course and residential area. I didn't see that. Now, they used to have guys walking around with antennas and they would be following these snakes and following their path and everything else. For 10 plus years, they did this and then they stopped. And now there's no mention of this hypervernaculum or this area here as being a hot spot. And I'm just wondering if it has been missed or if it hasn't been identified, because I think that's a critical a point to be looking at. Thank you.
Yes, there is a hibernaculum, I guess, towards where the golf course is. We haven't studied that population recently, so that's why we didn't include it in our presentation. But we do see large adults, fox snakes, being killed on the road leading out of Honey Harbor. But what we're seeing is more animals being killed at our two hotspot locations. So that hibernaculum still exists. Which is great to hear, considering, as we showed with our pictograph there, the impact of just killing one adult. And that works for snakes and turtles. Just killing one adult has a significant impact on the overall population. But you're right, it would be good to study that population again and see how it's doing compared to 10 years ago.
Yeah, the residents of the area have noticed a change in the population, where we would find 10 to 20, 5 or 6 foot long fox snakes in our backyards. They're not there anymore, and the mice population has increased to unbelievable levels.
Yeah.
So there's a public concern. There's a lot of questions being asked about, what's happening with the fox snake population, and I don't have any answers, so I thought I would bring it up today and leave it in your hands to maybe come back with something someday.
Yeah, I think that's valuable. Thank you for bringing it up. And that's an area that we'd be willing to work with our partners to try and universities to try and study that population again.
Awesome. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I find, as I said before, I really appreciate this report, and I can't help it. You got 2 hot spots, but you got a fair number of warm spots as well. I mean, it's something we obviously should be addressing in whatever way we can. I noticed that with your stats that they seem to be significantly higher in 23 versus 22, which was higher than 21. I don't know how much that is because you did more work, or was there more traffic, or it just was that much worse for our wildlife.
Right. Yeah. So we conducted road mortality surveys by vehicle the first 2 years. So it was a little harder to see the smaller snakes and hatchlings and everything. But since transferring over to e-bikes this past season, that allowed us to see everything as well. COVID played a role in the beginning. But yes, our observations skyrocketed this past year.
Well, thank you. My next question, I'm afraid, Mr. Sokash, is in your direction. So what can we do? I know it's a district road. I know that township does a lot of the maintenance on the district road. I see, for instance, the one hotspot, there's a great barrier all along that line. Can we just drop fence down from that and secure it and actually make a step in the right direction? And if so, do we need permission of district? Like, what do we do? And can we leave it with you to come back with brilliant ideas?
Thank you, Your Worship. A brilliant idea, no. doing anything on a district road really requires their authorization. If we put up any kind of a sign on there, on a district road, we get called right away to remove it. So I'm happy to approach. I've made a note to approach them about it. But if one of the district councilors who's on the appropriate committee could also raise this with them, so that there is some political encouragement on that side as well. I think working together, we could get something done.
Would a motion from council be at all useful in that regard?
That would be really helpful.
All
Yes.
right, so as a clerk, let's work towards that at some point. I know we're not supposed to do it right after a delegation, but we can. Oh, wow. Because I personally think that this is more than important enough that we should be doing something, and hopefully as we go down the road, even more. Or I'm sorry, as we go on the road, not down the road. Because I would like to basically make a motion that that council encourage staff and district to mitigate animal mortality on our roads as soon as possible. I know it's not terribly detailed. Oh, I see Ms. Schneider wants to throw in a word or two.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you also put in there that if it's the will of council that staff would participate in partnerships for education for our residents during Earth Week and also possibly throughout the summer?
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled that you're here from Parks Canada wanting to participate in this, and we know the biosphere is also keen on doing work along this line, as are many residents, as Councillor Bochek pointed out, and so I think this is something that needs to be done.
And just
Please.
a note, maybe just a note on working with marinas. We'd be happy to work with, we usually do work with marinas, and they usually have opening days. So we can have education and help support that initiative as well, for sure.
And if it helps, we can also do a presentation for the district.
Okay, love it. All right. Meanwhile, our clerk is madly printing away, which I think is great. I'm so glad that we updated our procedures that allow this. Thank you. Somebody had foresight.
Your Worship, just while we're waiting.
Oh,
I just
Sorry.
want to, Councillor Bochek was asking about the hibernaculum that was across the road from Oak Bay, and just a reminder that I believe that snake fencing was up for about 10 years with respect to Port Severn Heights, with various cameras along the fencing, and they didn't see any eastern fox snakes there. So it's possible that area is now unfortunately decimated.
now we're just being patient for a moment. So obviously, while we're being patient, I want to thank you very much for your presentation, and I think it's okay. Yeah. So if you're willing, I would have moved by Councillor Hazelton and second by Councillor Predko as being the two councillors that spoke first on this. And nobody's saying no, so I'm just going to say yes. So I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council support Parks Canada in their efforts to mitigate animal road mortalities, and that staff be directed to work with Parks Canada for public education, that staff be directed to request the District of Muskoka support Oh, you're missing a word, yes. Mitigation or support mitigation efforts at the hot spots along the Honey Harbor Road. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And we look forward to working with you.
And this is great. I love it. Your delegation came and you got a motion out of it.
Fantastic.
Actually, a resolution. Passed. That's terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you again.
So we don't need to approve the agenda. That was an old carryover. Because our agenda headings are set out in our procedure bylaw, we don't have to adopt the agenda. That's only required if we don't have the agenda headings in our procedure bylaw. So that shouldn't have been part of our practice for many years. So that's one of the updates. We shouldn't have been doing that either. So that's not permitted either. You can't add things the day of because then there isn't public notice.
Since we haven't had this discussion telling us about all these other constraints, I think would be useful to continue with that policy until we are fully discussed and understood, because it appears that nobody else has heard or understood that change. So.
Well, we did approve a procedural bylaw that is now being followed. So I would say that if you would like a discussion, then that's you can ask our clerk to have that item added to an agenda in the future.
So we discussed the changes so that we are all fully aware of it at some time in the future, and we ignore the ability to do things that we have historically been able to do. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So what I would like to do is add an agenda item. It's not controversial. It's actually very simple. It's an agenda item that has come out of the Planning Advisory Committee, and I just provided the clerk with that resolution, and I would like to have us consider it. Duly seconded and ready to go.
The question that I would have then, aside from what the clerk can say about the proper procedure, is wouldn't that be a planning council matter versus a regular council?
Karen wasn't saying.
So I just opened up your email. The new business deadline was a week ago Wednesday. I understand that this committee meeting and this topic came up after that deadline, which would then push this back to March. The ability to add things the day of, I've disputed multiple times. That was one of the changes that I did note when the updated procedure bylaw came forward in the fall. So this was discussed in September, October, November, December.
Well,
and we made it quite clear about the new business deadline. So
you can claim it was discussed, but I'm pretty sure none of the other councillors are aware of it. So I think based on the fact that it's not a significant issue, rather we could talk about procedure and protocol, or we could just deal with the topic and move on.
Well, at this point, I would like us to stick to the agenda that is in front of us, because that's the agenda that was circulated, and that's the agenda that
we have had a practice for the last 5 years where late important agenda items have been able to be added with council consent on the day of the meeting. So we have had that procedure in place for 5 years. And it appears that other councillors are not aware of this inability to do things. And I hear your comment about there are deadlines, but in fairness, there were late additions to the main agenda because they were important topics. So I think we want to be careful about how picky we are on holding us accountable to procedures, because then we open up the can of worms of, do we go and remove all the items that came in late? Not just from councillors.
I think your point has been made, but
So
I do not want to go into a discussion about it at this time.
So when
you add that to an agenda item,
So
because
this
you're
is a-
basically
this is a
talking-
timely issue that has 100% consensus from the Planning Advisory Committee and people in the community who would just simply like the meetings recorded. That's all we're talking about. Can we record the meetings?
Councillor, let's have an offline discussion at some point with our clerk of how some last minute items can be appropriately addressed. But you're now hijacking this meeting and trying to get us a topic going that was not on our agenda, and I'd like to stick to our agenda.
So you want me to pull my request for an addition to the agenda that was late? And are we going to pull all the other items that were put in
No,
late?
we're going to follow the agenda that is currently in front of us.
But you just highlighted a policy that said, if you're late, you can't get it in. So there are other items on the agenda that were late.
The one we got came in on Friday, late items.
Yes.
The procedural bylaw allows us to issue addendums as long as they are in advance of 48 hours of the meeting time. The Municipal Act stipulates that we should not and cannot be adding items less than 48 hours in advance of the start of the meeting. Friday is in advance of 48 hours. For the past 5 years, I have had to uncomfortably accept the inaccuracies of our procedural bylaw that go against the Municipal Act. We should not have been adding things the day of the meeting, period. I don't know how that practice got started. It shouldn't have been approved. It goes against the Municipal Act, and you will not find precedent permitting it in a legal standing. That is why it was amended this time around. Nobody questioned it when I presented the draft bylaw that was presented multiple times. If council is unaware that that change was made, then perhaps council needs to be reading the documents in full or asking questions in advance.
If I may, Mayor,
Quickly.
if there are significant changes like adding new business to an agenda, and yes, it's the council's responsibility to read changes. It's also the responsibility of the clerk to mention significant changes like not being allowed to add new business.
This came up in discussion when we talked about the procedural bylaw. Okay, at this point, we have the consent agenda in front of us. And it is quite a lengthy consent agenda with, like, I haven't even counted the number of items. The normal motion would be moved by, I apologize. Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of February 12th, 2024 as circulated. Are there any items that you'd like accepted or pulled? Councillor Predko. Oh, sorry. Item 6. Or, sorry, is that item F?
Or from January, which was so high.
Oh, item I. Okay. Councillor Graziano, were there any items you wanted pulled or discussed?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Item 6N, Leduc Engineering Study. Thank you.
Item N. And Councillor Hazelton?
Item G, special council budget minutes.
Okay.
Schedule, I'll say that with my mic on. item G, special council budget
All right.
meetings.
I-
And I don't necessarily need to pull it for robust discussion, only to ask questions.
Okay, well, I'm going to, we're going to go through this in alphabetical order. So Councillor Hazelton, actually, your item will be first. If you could bring up what you'd like to discuss about that budget item, special council budget minutes of 19th of December, please.
Just a second. It's page 61. Okay. So in that meeting, we passed resolution C 2023-516, and that I'm finding on page 3 of 7, or for those of us with a package, page 62 of 412 or whatever the number is. Anyways, council was to notify local businesses that are going to be impacted by increased fees, and I would like to know, has that notification been done?
CEO Mariotta, please.
Yes, good morning, Council. Yes, we have done. I know that the bylaw department has had a lot of constructive discussions with the marina industry, and more recently, I'm not sure if letters have gone out yet or not, but to the campsites as well.
Thank you. Another item, C 2023-517, the next item down. Council or staff were to provide written notice to Severn Sound to review, amend, or negotiate, or possibly terminate the agreement, and to invite Severn Sound in for discussions. Those are 2 items. Have those 2 items been done?
CEO Mariotta.
Yes, yes. So the staff have had discussions with the SSCA, and we are planning on having them come to council, I believe, in March.
Okay, have we informed them that we intend to review, amend, negotiate, or possibly terminate the agreement?
They are fully aware, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, MacTier Arena Advisory Committee, January 29th.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I just wanted to note there's of a minor nature, there's a typo in the first sentence, adverting as opposed to advertising. And that that a mobile sign be installed, I believe we also included, and it didn't get reflected in the motion, the discussion of investigating the cost of advertising on the electronic sign on the 400 through the Wata First Nation. Just in exploring the cost.
So, Madam Clerk, do you require us to make a special motion in that regard, or?
The typo can be fixed. As for the electronic sign, I know it wasn't captured in the motion, but I think staff are aware of that. Like, I remember that discussion.
I think as long as
that was discussed, but it wasn't included in that motion.
So as long as staff is aware, I think I'd be satisfied, and then perhaps we could just get Councillor Graziano's opinion on that as well.
I'm fine with staff investigating or endeavoring to investigate the cost of the sign without a motion. I trust that they'll proceed to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, a Leduc Lane drainage update.
Thank you. Through your worship, a couple of questions to our Director of Operations, Brad, if I can. Can you provide a brief understanding as to what was proposed in the original study? From the report, all I see is a picture with no study present, and perhaps maybe it didn't come across my table. So can you kind of elaborate and give context to what the 2017 study articulated and what they're suggesting or recommending?
I'm just opening it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, what the study recommended was instead of the water going behind the properties on Leduc Lane, the water be redirected, I believe, south on Community Center Drive, underneath Leduc Lane to the south side of Leduc, up Leduc to Potato Island Road, and then down Potato Island Road, and to an ultimate outlet. I don't recall how far down it is, but it's a ways down.
And I assume, sorry if I can, with the
Sure.
follow-up, that would be noted on the orange colored markings on the aerial photograph? Essentially, that would be the flow of the water, is the orange going down to Potato Island there?
Through the mayor, that's correct. There's a sentence that didn't get put over into the report, which is why there's just an odd drawing there. So you can see the outlet at the very bottom of that image, Councilor Graziano, that's where they proposed to have the outlet.
Great. A couple of subsequent questions, if I may, for a moment. What's required to start the project once we receive the amended study? Because I understand that Tatum is reviewing this study to determine whether or not there's any changes to the recommendations. And do we have the funds in our capital budget to undergo a project such as this?
Through the mayor, at this time, we don't have funds in the capital project or in the capital budget for this, but we can and will be bringing it back. Most of it appears to be ditching. There is a section where we will have to put in some piping because of the depth of the ditch. I don't need to get into the details of it now, but I am planning, hoping, optimistic I can bring this back in March with the updated cost estimates so we can discuss it then.
And just one further question, if I may. My question pertains to the logic behind re-engaging Tatum again, if in the event that given that they've opted to not commence the initial study for us and that they're severely understaffed at this point in time. I wonder if that's going to delay the March 2024 timeline.
Through the mayor, the understaffing appears to be an industry-wide phenomenon. I have reached out to a couple other consultants that were recommended to me, and one of them said, there's no way we can do this. Even though it's a relatively small project, they're just understaffed, and the other one said maybe in the spring. They are just, I don't think it's a volume of work, I think it's a lack of staff. So if there's Tatham's, I don't know if I should mention the other two. And I didn't hear back from a third. So I tried, I understand what you're saying, and my frustration is a bit higher than yours, believe it or not, but I have a call with Tatham later today, so hopefully I'll get an update then.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to try again. Moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda February 12th, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. I think you get all of these. Okay. And I have not heard anything about any open forum. We don't have anyone that has signed up for open forum. So now we have communications from Mayor and Council. And let's start with Councillor Bocek and move on our way through that. So Councillor Bocek, what have you been doing the last 2 months? That you think's worth telling us?
Vacationing in Arizona.
Councillor Predko.
There hasn't been much. I've been on vacation and away, and certainly been addressing all the issues of constituents and staff via telephone, and pretty quiet month, really.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, it would be also similarly just dealing with individual conversations with residents, and also attending, as did Councillor Wojcik, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association's annual conference, which had some interesting insights into housing and land use and some other environmental issues, and it was a worthwhile conference to attend.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis?
Yes, quickly for a moment until I get to the library, but SegBay and library board meetings I've attended, and SegBay are moving ahead with under their own auspices with the Historical Society on getting the heating system at the Percett House changed from electric to a furnace. And it looks like that's they're moving ahead. And I see a question, look from Brad as I say this. I'm hoping I've got that correct, but it looks like they're working. I know that they have been working with the furnace guy on getting that thing up and operating. So I'm hoping that will work. That's a central system, so forced air as opposed to the electric baseboard that's currently in place and being used. Again, that's a SegBay initiative that, to my knowledge, is not municipal monies of any sort at this time. Though it remains to be seen, something may come back to us. I'll move on. Library board, I've got an update from our CEO. The Honey Harbor branch has officially had their high-speed internet installed. Yes. It's a grant project, and with the Province of Ontario Library Service. The speed and range testing is currently underway, and the idea there is to have it bounce over to the landing area as well. So the building there will have internet access both inside and out, which would be great for the community. I attended with our CEO the Ontario Library Association's Awards Gala, where we were officially given the accreditation award for the Georgian Bay Public Library, something we hadn't had for a while. It was nice to see that happen, and it was great to spend a little time with our CEO and discuss library issues, among other things. It was a good event, though the food was rather lean on the ground. I almost starved to death that night, but it's okay. Anyway, then we're in the process of completing the annual survey as required by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. Early numbers demonstrate that the GBPL has been an active cardholder increase of almost 40% from 22 to 23, which is pretty significant and impressive, and continues to move up. And then in partnership with this township, library is now offering parking pass pickup at all 3 of the library branches, in addition to obviously the administration offices here, and there are additional and convenient pickup options for residents, which is kind of nice to have the library participating in that regard. And hopefully there'll be more options coming along. I see we've got something we're working on with the municipal tap there as well for potable water. So I can't wait to see things move ahead on that. All in all, good things for the library. The numbers are really, really impressive for such a small operation. And we're happy to have that. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, it's been a great month of January and end of December. Within, I of course attended many and numerous community events. I've hosted my monthly meetings with our lake or my lake associations. I attended ROMA, which is the Rural Ontario Municipal Associations event in January, along with some of my colleagues here. And I have been dialed in and watching with absolute attention on the OLT issue that has just passed us and is now before the OLT, which pertains, of course, to Oak Bay and the raw crushing matter. And that concludes for my month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
As with Councillor Jarvis, I too attend the library board, and I won't add further onto that. report, but I'm a member of the Georgian Bay Association's Coastal Protection Committee and had an opportunity to attend another one of those meetings. It continues to interest me that there's interest by all of the communities to understand what's going on in all the neighboring communities. So that's an important factor, I think. And it was in that meeting that I realized that there was a topic that we had approved in our planning committee back in 2020 that had never been acted on. And that's not a fault of anybody who's here. It's just a fact that things had, we've had too many changes in staff. And so we brought that topic back and had a good discussion at the Planning Advisory Committee. And I think that was well received by planning staff. So another good meeting there. Lots of meetings with residents in general, calls and meetings, and an opportunity to meet with one specific resident and township staff where I think the ball was moved farther down the path. And so I appreciate the opportunity to attend and going to be a mostly silent observer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and busy month. Not all of it related to the township, but typical month with some activities with the District of Muskoka, meetings through mostly Zoom. I don't know that I can really report on much else except to say that I think it's important for council to know that there's a bit of a roadblock been established with respect to the education center in Honey Harbor, and it's most unfortunate. The District of Muskoka have not backed away as much as asked for some work to be completed that is going to be very difficult in some cases to do. So I hope we can work this out, but it'd be really a crime if the education center does not go ahead. And I have to tell you that there's a high risk here. Our consultants have put a huge amount of work in. I've put a huge amount of pro bono work in, and we've got some requests for work to be done and no money to pay for it. So there's some real problems, and you need to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, the last 2 months have either been very busy or very quiet. It seems to just go in stages. I mean, I was quite busy leading up until between our last meeting and Christmas. One of the interesting things that happened, other than the swearing in of the Segbay board for the coming year, was meeting with a manufacturer of floating accommodations, and at their request, and getting their, let me call it, side of the story. So that was an interesting experience. I also attended excuse me, the Roma convention and or conference, and met with numerous people, not the least of which was talking to a couple of people there from the Solicitor General's office with regards to OPP detachment boards and their perspective on that, which was not part of the original plan, but it was quite useful. To, what sometimes happens when you go to these conferences, you're able to make conversations with people you otherwise wouldn't. I think the only other thing I'm just going to highlight was on this past Friday, being at the integrated watershed management meeting with Maison Nicholson and Schneier, and I think it was an interesting day to meet these people. And they brought in quite a few, I'll call it, experts to give their stories and their perspectives. So I think it was valuable. Though my one comment was that they were preaching to the converted, and it was a room of maybe 70 or so of us there, staff and elected officials, and But it speaks to the fact that we have to pay, as we well know, more and more attention to our natural environment around us and take more steps in protecting it. But overall, a very very busy very alternating very busy periods, and unfortunately a couple of quiet periods and a little bit of regeneration. And with that,
Mayor,
sorry,
point of order.
Sir.
I just wanted to highlight the fact that I believe you introduced a new resolution following our delegation that was not on the agenda. And I'm wondering why you have the privilege of introducing a new resolution when I wanting to introduce a new resolution, and you're saying that I can't, and yet you can. I'd like to understand why that is.
I would ask our clerk to explain that, in the sense that I asked her if I could do it, and I believe it was because that item wasn't on the agenda.
But there was no resolution, and normally we are not allowed to have resolutions following a delegation. That's generally been the practice in the past.
All right.
So in addition to that, I have read the procedure bylaw, and I see nothing in there that prevents me from introducing a resolution. There's nothing in there that suggests.
Councillor Hazelton,
yes.
We discussed this before.
But I'm rising on a point of order,
okay.
Mayor.
Then
because
the point of order then goes to our clerk.
So Schedule I, Section 10 states, and this whole section is about delegations and deputations. So that's where this is coming from. If members deem that an action or investigation should be undertaken as a result of any discussions during a delegation or a deputation, staff shall be directed via resolution to report on the same at the next meeting as soon as practicable.
So at the next meeting, not at the current meeting.
Correct. So that's,
So
I will take responsibility for my misinterpretation based off my memory. On that one, the resolution that was passed gives direct direction to staff as opposed to directing us to report back. So if we would like to redo that motion and have staff report back on Parks Canada, that is my fault. Apologies. But there isn't anywhere else that permits an item to be added to the agenda.
So in normal meeting structure, there's often an opportunity to bring a resolution from the floor. Are you suggesting that our policies prevent us from doing that from the floor? And I think we're actually splitting hairs when we suggest that the mayor's resolution that he brought basically from the floor is any different than the resolution that I'm trying to bring forward. I think that if you're going to allow that, you must allow my resolution to come forward.
The delegation was listed on the agenda. Public notice was given for that item. The topic and the content of the resolution that you did agree to move. So everyone agreed that this was worthy of staff direction in some capacity. I will accept the fact that this is invalid direction based off of my direction to the mayor. However, a resolution directing staff to report back on the mitigation of animal road mortalities is permitted per the procedural bylaw. The item you were requesting is not listed as a topic anywhere on the agenda. And adding that, there's no place for us to add it today, because in doing so, we are negating the fact that the municipal act states that we need to give 48 hours notice.
But is that in our procedure bylaw?
I don't list everything in the municipal act in our procedural bylaw. No, I
Okay,
state
but where, I mean,
okay.
Robert's Rules of Order allow me to add a resolution from the floor.
The municipal act overrules Robert's Rules of Order.
CO Mariotti, communications, please.
Thank you, Mayor Katherine, and good morning again, Council. I'd like to say that all of the above in terms of what Council has been busy doing, staff have been busy doing as well. And tomorrow I'll talk a little bit more detail as to some of the files that we've been looking at COW. But I do want to make a mention of something that we're proud of as staff, which is Ms. Schneier's nomination for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Trailblazers Award. She is one of 7 or 8 individuals across Canada who have received this nomination for the year. And basically, the initiative spotlights, exceptional leaders, professionals, and individuals who are making an outstanding contribution to our communities. And I think Council can all agree that Ms. Schneier is right up there in terms of in terms of doing everything that she can for sustainably developing our township. So a little shout out there to Ms. Schneier, and that is it for me.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. The work that you do for us is well appreciated, and you know, I think, for instance, I just think of one item, and that is with the short-term rental situation where there's a sustainability component added to our bylaw with a reduction of fees, having met certain conditions. I mean, items like that to me is such an important step in the right direction as we move forward here. So well done, and thank you. And with that, let's start our staff reports section of our agenda. And first on the agenda is a AMPS, or the Administrative Monetary Penalty System, update.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Me and Josh are here to present the AMPS report. There's quite a lot to it, but we'll break it down as we go. Just for the background, so on July 10th of 2023, bylaw 2023-073 was passed by Council, which is the AMPS bylaw. So over the past few months, staff have been working diligently, consulting area municipalities and external professionals, as well as other municipalities that actually act within AMPS now and have it in place. So in order to successfully implement AMPS, we're bringing forward this report. Within this report, there are several sections we'll get into further detail about. We're bringing forward a revamped AMPS bylaw and some designated bylaws, which will bring those bylaws that already exist under the AMPS program. Some new policies and procedures for staff, fees and charges amendment, and an appointment of a hearing and screening officer.
So as Karina mentioned, since this last report, we've been working diligently on preparing updates to the bylaw, which reflect some of the following. Some of them are housekeeping items that speak to policies and procedures that are required under Ontario Regulation 333/07. One of the additions is also our short-term rental set fine schedule. That was a bylaw passed in December, so this will allow us to conduct enforcements on short-term rentals in the near future, as well as creating wording to actually use collections as a means of retrieving unpaid fines for non-residents. I'll get further into that later in the report, as well as amendments being brought forward for all bylaws that we're looking to enforce as of going forward right now for AMPS. All the penalty sections of those older bylaws needed to be amended. They currently speak to the Provincial Offences Act, but now there needs to be a section that actually speaks to the Administrative Monetary Penalty System. As well, the AMPS bylaw, the revamped version, was sent to our township prosecutor for review. He also does have a vast knowledge as working as a hearing officer for other municipalities and implementing the AMP system elsewhere. So to provide a bit of a point of clarity, Ontario Regulation 33307 applies to all administrative penalties and outlines the specific standards that need to be met within the AMP system. As mentioned in this regulation, the following are required and need to be addressed by the municipality, which is prevention of political interference, define what constitutes a conflict of interest, financial management and reporting, as well as the filing and processing of complaints made by the public in respects to AMPs. You will see that in this report, the political interference and conflict of interest procedure was attached. This is because they both address council members directly, and all council members shall be aware of them being implemented. On top of these mandatory policies, staff have been working on creating other procedures to create a smooth process and a fairness among all individuals dealing with it, whether it's the public or staff. So some of these are an extension of time to pay an administrative penalty, extension of time to request a screening review or hearing appeal, financial hardship, refund of administrative penalties, as well as a procedure for both the screening and hearing officers for both of their meetings that can be held.
So one of the other portions of this report is the fee and charges bylaw amendments. So the AMPS program allows us to associate fees with the penalty and appeal process. So we're asking for these following fees to be implemented. So the Ministry of Transportation search fee, that really applies to parking. So if someone has a parking ticket and they don't pay it right away and we need to send them mail or notice, we look up their license plate within the MTO system, and that usually costs us $8.25. So we've asked that $10 be the fee for that to cover our costs. There's a late payment administrative fee, which is $25. A screening review non-appearance, so that would be if someone booked with our screening officer to challenge their ticket or their penalty notice, and then they didn't show up. We've put in $100. Then hopefully that will cover the staff time to set up the meetings and to be there ready for it. And similarly, a hearing appeal non-appearance fee, we have at $200 because it's going to be more costly as it's a paralegal, not staff, doing that appeal. A license plate denial fee, which is also through the MTO in regards to parking. So if someone hasn't paid their ticket all the way along and we've sent notices and appropriate time has passed, we can deny their plate at the MTO. So when they go to, do their birthday stuff, they can't get their plate unless they pay the tickets and pay the fines. And then a hearing review adjudication fee is if someone has a penalty notice and they challenge it at the screening level and the screening level says no, that the penalty notice stands, then they can challenge it and go to hearing. If the hearing officer says the same thing, then they have that $25 fee added. My goal with that was to discourage people if they clearly have offended the bylaw, everything's in the right order. If they're just challenging it to go through the system, they can do that, but they just have to be aware that that little penalty might be on, or the fee might be on top, just so we're not wasting staff and paralegal, like the hearing officer's time. And then, during the budget meetings in 2023, a $10 fee was added for burn permits. So we put that in here now so we can get that going, and Shelley can start accepting those permits with those fees. So that's that one. And then I have a screening and hearing officer appointment. So as per the legislation to operate AMPS, we have to have a screening and hearing officer, and they must be appointed by council. The screening officer is the first part of the appeal process of a penalty notice. So as mentioned before, when you get that ticket, or penalty notice and you're challenging it, then you go to the screening officer first. That's hope that alleviates time with the hearing officer, and it's more in-house. So our screening officer is listed as our clerk or their designate or the executive assistant. The main point of contact will be Sydney, our deputy clerk, but this will allow Karen and Christine to tag in if necessary, if Sydney's away or something's changed. We're hoping to do this one day a month as needed. So maybe in the winter months we might not need it, then we can just roll with it as we can because we have that power within the house. The screening officer may affirm penalty notice, cancel, reduce, or extend the time for payment, depending on what they hear. And it's a very informal process, and it should all be online unless there's an accessibility issue we can do in person. So the hearing officer As I said before, if the person would like to challenge the screening officer's decision, they would take it to a hearing officer appeal. The hearing officer decision is final and cannot be challenged. So the hearing officer cannot be an employee and must be impartial, almost like a judge for the easy terms here. The hearings will be held quarterly and virtually, and if there's an accessibility issue, she's able to attend as well. We reached out to 4 individuals, and Debbie Hall has been chosen as the hearing officer position. Debbie is a licensed paralegal and mediator and the hearing officer for several municipalities, including most in the Muskoka district. So we're confident that Mrs. Hall will be a great fit and a wealth of knowledge as we navigate the implementation of AMPS.
So as you would have seen in the report, not all of our township bylaws are currently listed in the within the AMPS for enforcement. We want a gradual approach, choosing the ones that we actually deal with most, work through those bylaws, and then as time comes, we'll look to add more in the future. 2 of our most common bylaws, which are our parking and animal control bylaw, you'll see we're not a part of the bylaw, and there are reasons behind this. For parking, as mentioned before, we're able to do plate denial, which is if someone doesn't pay their ticket, they can't renew their license plate until they pay off that debt to the township. But to do this, we actually need to enter into a new ARIS agreement with MTO, which would allow us to do so. We're currently working with that, and it should hopefully be coming in the works very soon. As well, the animal control bylaw, staff was looking at it. There's new amendments that we'd actually like to make to it. So instead of bringing that bylaw forward with an amendment to the penalty section, and then in the next month or so, bringing forward a further amendment to it, we thought we could just, the bylaws can all still be enforced under the POA. So it's not like there's no enforcement at all. We'll just be bringing those 2 forward in the near future. And lastly, to summarize most, and to talk about some of the financial considerations in regards to the AMP system. On top of collecting penalties for these bylaw infractions, it does increase a lot of staff time. And that's what the goal of some of these administrative fees that can be applied to some of these sections will cover. But if these fines do go unpaid, it does actually provide the township a better tool to recover these costs. So as mentioned, with any parking tickets, we now have the plate denial aspect. How it stands right now with the courts is we would have a CRC that we send to the courts, and they deal with that whole catching the individual and putting it on their license. The issue is we may not see those fines for a possible long time, and they just come in without any knowledge of what ticket it is. So sometimes it's hard to track the exact payments for each one. The other one is for property owners. As mentioned in the bylaw, all unpaid fines can be collected in the same manner as municipal taxes, which is a benefit. And then now, as mentioned, we actually are looking, we added a collections piece to the bylaw when it comes to non-residents. So the township does have a collections agency on retainer. This company does take a 20% fee of the amount of money that they are asked to collect. Finance will also add a 15% user fee that is charged to send the fee for collections. This percentage is added to the total amount before sending it to the collections company. So the township will still recover that full fine amount, which is great. As well, during this time, with this increasing a lot of staff time, we're working with IT resources to try and simplify this process working forward. And during this time, we'll continue to monitor how other municipalities are dealing with it, whether it's software or a better tracking system, to hopefully simplify that AMPS process moving forward.
That's it. Thank you very much. I'm sensing you still have enthusiasm for this system. Good. But we have a few councillors who would like to ask you some questions. I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. There's an age-old adage that suggests we follow the money, and I'm just going to try to follow the money here. So bear with me if I can for a second. Ms. Hall, according to the report, will receive $520 per day based on 10 hearings. Is that correct? Great. And that suggests that she earns roughly about $65 an hour based on an 8-hour day. According to my math, it suggests that's $52 per hearing. 10 hearings, $520, $52 per hearing. And right now we're charging $25 for anyone who contests the ticket. Is that correct?
So that's if someone challenges their ticket with Sydney and Sydney says, no, we're upholding that ticket, adjudication fee, that's what you're referring to?
I'm sorry, if Sydney
says,
no, we're not going to?
Yeah, sorry, go back. The adjudication fee, that's the $25 that you're questioning?
That would be the initial,
Yes.
if in the event that they contest it, that they have to pay a $25 fee in order to contest the ticket.
No, no. So they don't have to pay a fee to contest the ticket. There's a hearing adjudication fee. That's the $25.
Okay.
So that's if they challenge, they have their penalty notice, they challenge it with Sydney, Sydney upholds it, and then they still don't agree, then they can go to hearing, and hearing upholds Sydney's decision and says the ticket stands, so the penalty notice stands. Does that make sense? Then they would have that $25 fee on top of their fee.
So I'm okay. Just for my understanding here. So I get a ticket. I say, no, I don't want to pay this ticket. I don't believe I'm guilty of this ticket. I have to go to Sydney, who's a representative and an employee of the township, who renders a decision
That's right.
on whether or not I still have to pay that ticket. So right there in itself, I would assume that's a conflict. But, however, she renders the decision.
Yep.
I still say, no, I still feel that I am not having to pay this ticket. I then have to pay $25. Not yet.
No, that fee won't happen yet. The concept of the $25 is to just have, currently with the current process in the court system, some people will just try and prolong their ticket and push their first appearance or request a trial in hopes that possibly it gets dropped. Or, so what this $25 is that if it goes to the hearing officer and the hearing officer upholds and says, no, you still have to pay that $200 ticket, an additional $25 is added to basically stop someone who, if it's a common parking, we have a parking, ticket, the car's under a no parking sign. Clearly there's no financial hardship they're trying to prove, nothing like that. It's just an additional fee. And a lot of other municipalities are doing this as basically an additional fee at the end if it's upholded through both the screening and hearing.
Okay, so the cost test is the $52 of the Mrs. Hall's time, but she would then, in her deliberation, determine that this person is still guilty after going through these and would then charge this person $25. So we'd be losing $27.
Plus the fine that they would pay in
Of
total.
course, yes, of course. So we would then still, but we're losing $27 on her labor based on this process, not including the fine. And this is assuming that she doesn't reduce this fine. I'm assuming it's within her power or her scope to be able to reduce the fine if in the event that they plead financial hardships.
That's correct. And that's what some of these policies and procedures will set out.
Okay.
Yes. And there is the procedure, as I mentioned, that it speaks to the screening and hearing officers and how they actually act and pertain in their powers during this meeting. And it's also mentioned within the bylaw. If I'm not mistaken, Section 7 speaks to hearing officers and what they're allowed and able to do with their powers during the meeting.
Now, why are we charging anyone, out of curiosity, if I may, again, pertaining to the charges here, why are we charging $200 for anyone who misses a hearing, but then charging $100 if in the event that you miss a screening review? So it seems that there's some...
That's the way we looked at all area municipalities and other people who did it. That's the similar math that it looked like, because Mrs. Hall is going to cost us more than in-house Sydney would. Obviously, there's still a fee for Sydney or a cost that's associated with it, but we have to set up Mrs. Hall's time. She also has a half-day rate. So if, let's say, we had 6 people or 6 challenges, maybe we can do 5 in the morning. Well, if that 6th person doesn't show up and we've paid her for the full day, then that's to cover that cost, is to cover her cost. And we'll need help from the clerk's department to clerk these meetings as well. So there is staff time involved. It's just to make sure encourage people to make sure they show up for the challenge that they have brought forward, because oftentimes we attend POA and they don't show up at all, even for much larger matters. So it's just an encouragement to make sure people, if you're committed to challenging it, then make sure they're here so that they're not wasting staff and resources. Right?
Sure, I can imagine, and again, work with me on the math here. It's 4x what we would be billed by Ms. Hall if in the event that the person were to attend and pay the $25. So if we're charging $25 for her time, assuming that the person does show up and is still determined or deemed to have to pay, how can we justify $200 if they don't show up? I don't understand the logic in that, because assuming that Ms. Hall would then be able to then go on to the next matter before her, if in the event that the person doesn't show up, she would be maximizing her time by then going through that. Even if she's billing us the $520 a day, it's only costing us $52. So I'm trying to understand why we are being so aggressive with our costs associated here. Both Ms. Levesque as well as Ms. Hall, I think that the rates here are quite highly inflated. And I am somewhat concerned by this and the nature of the way that this has been defined, in that I see this as a way to try to discourage people from contesting a ticket. And I think that in a democracy, we have a right to due process, and we have a right to be able to face the municipality or face our accusers and say that, no, in fact, I didn't do that, and do it at no cost to me. And I also want to be sympathetic to people's lives. I got a good example of this, and it's actually quite interesting. I myself am before the City of Toronto on an AMPS matter that was scheduled, unbeknownst to me, for tomorrow. Well, unfortunately, I have my municipal responsibilities here tomorrow. And so there's a conflict. Now, if this was the case here at Georgian Bay, me not attending tomorrow's hearing, I would unfortunately have to pay $200. Fortunately enough, I will be having someone on my behalf go and request an adjournment because, of course, I'll be here tomorrow. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there's no consideration here for people that have other conflicts, like an illness that arises the night before or so on. How do we ensure that we're not charging people for $200, $300, $25 here, there, and everywhere for things that kind of pop up unexpectedly?
So within all of this, one of the portions of the bylaw is an extension of time to review. So for example, if you set up a time to review, the parts of the bylaw would also speak to if you had presented us with that issue of conflict of interest in regard to the timing, you can actually extend to a different date. So if it was February that you were scheduled to appear, and you had a doctor's appointment that you had to attend to, it can be made in writing to the township, and you're allowed to push that one date. We could push it to March. That wouldn't be classified as you're missing an appearance.
And even if you had someone show up on your behalf, like that's an option, obviously, as well. It's if you don't appear at all and don't let us know that, you've got a flat tire on the way here, those kind of things. Like that's where these fees are going to be there for.
I can appreciate it. So for the record, then, if I can, I don't agree with the fees that we're charging. I think that they're very high relative to the community that we serve and the cost of living, as well as those that are likely going to get the tickets. We had a recent issue where someone went to go fishing and got ticketed, and unfortunately, there was no signs on the road, but we had broadcasted the no parking sign or the no parking situation on our socials, and this person clearly wasn't connected to the socials and wasn't aware of it. And then I posed this rhetorical question: what would have happened to all those Honeybee Festival people that got tickets this past summer? And what would the process look like for them if they had to go through this? So again, I just want to state that I think that these fees are very high relative to our community and the cost of living, as well as the average income within this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to echo quite a bit what was just said, although it was quite long. I don't wish to reiterate it, but I'm in concurrence with my fellow councillor that these fees seem to be quite exorbitant. Being said that, my question is, fees and charges bylaws amendments. It suggests that it's AMPS and burn permits, and perhaps you could give me some clarity on I think, to me, the AMPS is an overarching document that encompasses a lot of things. Can you assure me that the burn permit fee is not a part of that? In other words, we have a $10 fee for something that is, as far as I'm concerned, not needed, but that's here nor there. You have a $10 fee, and of course, if the person didn't comply, I would hate to see all these other fees added on top of that. For a simple burn permit.
The burn permit fee is just because I had the user amendments to be done with AMPS, and then so I'm just bringing the burn permits as well at the same time, so that they're separated. It's not within AMPS.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right. And my last question is: were you hoping to get some sort of consensus from council today that you would like approval on this? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think there's still work to be done. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. I think we've gone through the AMPS philosophy and process through a few different council meetings, and I think in the past council has been on board with moving from the provincial courts to an in-house adjudicated system. What I wanted to ask you about, and it's also been touched on by Councillors Graziano and by corollary Councillor Bocek, is the non-appearance fee. And that's the area that I've got a little bit of questions and worries about, because in the bylaw, there is no mention of having an alternate appear on your behalf, or if you have a last minute doctor's appointment or illness that you can't attend, there's no mention of how to reschedule. And in fact, the only thing it says is that you can't reschedule more than 45 days out from the offense date or the notice date. I just want to make sure that there is a provision noted in the bylaw itself that people can either reschedule with cost, with a cause, or have an alternate attend on their behalf. That's just not explicit.
Thank you. Through your worship, I'm just pulling up the bylaw here to look. From working with this process over the past couple months, we actually have made a authorization to agent to act form. So if it was a wife, a child, someone that you authorized to come on your behalf, whether you can't represent yourself or you wish to not, possibly you have a family member that is familiar with the process, and so basically you would fill out the form and submit that as part of your review. So that would allow, and it doesn't have to be an actual legal representative. It could just be someone, and we see it in the POA courts all the time. Sometimes someone's wife or significant other will show up, and just the justice of the peace does ask them, were you given the permission to act on their behalf?
Yep. So I see that as in section 9.12. That's mentioned in the definition, section 9.12. So thank you for providing that. I guess the only other question is if somebody were to have to cancel and reschedule and it had to be within the 45 days, what would be the provision for them? Would it be an exception, or would it be not permitted?
I do believe in one of the procedures that we do have when it comes to hearing and screening that someone can actually postpone one of their hearing or screenings by 1 day with ample notice provided to the town or provided to the township. So as mentioned in the previous comment, if it wasn't February, without any penalty for non-appearing, you could adjourn your matter to a further date. The non-appearance fee is for someone that goes through the process, files a request for a screening review or a hearing review following a screening decision, and just flat up doesn't show up without any knowledge to the township.
Okay, and I guess if there was an assurance that was in the bylaw, I haven't seen any. I did a search on adjourn, and it's not in there. I understand that would be common sense. I just want to make sure that we have it covered. Yeah. We're talking about the bylaw this afternoon, so maybe we can revisit it this afternoon instead. All right, thank you. Thank you.
You had a point to add before?
Section 6.5 of the bylaw specifically states an extension in the time for the screening review is permitted as long as the request is made in advance of or under the existence of extenuating circumstances. So
thank you. That clarifies it. It's just hard to find these things in the bylaws.
No, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just an acknowledgement of what a couple of previous councillors have noted with regards to the size of the penalties here. You indicated and amply noted that you did consult with surrounding communities, and we are totally in line with these suggestions. Are totally in line with other municipalities within the district to have an AMPS program.
Yes, they're very similar. The adjudication fee is something I saw more in the southern areas of the Ontario that are doing it, but there are also places that have been doing it for some time. So I connected with Newmarket really well, and that's something that they had in place because they were finding that people were just working through the system even though they knew well that they were wrong in the first place. So instead of just taking at the screening level and accepting that, that's what they had done to encourage people. If you're really sure that's something you want to fight through and you feel that there's an option to do that, then they can do that. They just have that fee. So obviously, if that's not what council would like to see, that's something that can be removed, or correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, that can be amended before passing, if that's what they would like. Yeah.
And my only concern there is that we're in line with other municipalities. I think it makes sense to try and stay in line, and I presume those municipalities have provided feedback on the feedback they've received from their constituents.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Bocek, you've already had a turn, but we'll give you one. We'll give you a second turn because nobody else has stuck their hand up. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, my question really relates to the hearing, I guess you call it the adjudication fee. You also said in your delegation that this would be virtual. Did I hear that correctly? In other words, if you're going to contest your ticket, it would be done virtually. Is there the ability to have an in-person hearing?
Yes, if they request an in-person, more for an accessibility, we would like to keep it virtually, and most people that challenge our tickets are not from here often, so I think that would work in line with what we're seeing now. And the POA is currently virtual, and you can attend in person, so it would just be something they'd have to request, and we would work with them. And let's say if there was a person who was senior and didn't have accessibility to the internet, so we can work with them to set something up to
yeah, okay, because there's certainly a segment of our population that does not use technology, and we want to make sure that they are taken care of. So if you arrange to have a hearing and you don't show up virtually or in person, then that $25 fee would.
No, the $25 fee is an adjudication fee. So that's when if Sydney says they're wrong and then hearing agrees that they're wrong, and then that's the $25 would be added to that penalty price or penalty fee. There's a non-appearance fee. So if someone said that they were coming, they're challenging it at the screening officer level, if they just didn't show up, it's $100, and that's to cover our staff time that we would have set aside to prep the Zoom, do all the things ahead of time, and have officers there and the whole thing. And that's the same level at the hearing officer. So then that would be officers, staff, and the paralegal for hearings. So then that's what we're asking was the $200 fee.
Okay, so I guess where I have my difference is in the hearing review adjudication fee of $25, which is going to be charged. So if I feel that I've been given a ticket unjustly and I want to challenge it, I have to pay $25.
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
You can challenge it all the way, but just if they uphold the screening decision, it's an extra $25.
Comprehension.
That's all good. There's a lot of things to think about on this one.
I appreciate it.
Councillor Graziano, you had a. Okay.
Please go. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsia. I just want to make a comment here that as council will see from the very in-depth staff report, as well as multiple changes to all the other bylaws to kind of bring us from the POA system to the AMP system where possible. There's been a lot of consultation as well with other municipalities. And really, we're trying to make the process as simple as possible for our residents. And really, as with many other bylaw aspects, if someone who has been given a ticket will reach out to our staff and have a conversation, there's always that latitude. I think council is familiar with the latitude that our bylaw department has given to various files. And it is very, in terms of costs, if someone wants to challenge a ticket the first time round through the clerk's department, which is an independent department from the bylaw department, that is totally free. If the individual is not satisfied and wishes to go to the third party arrangement, and the third party arrangement upholds the original decision, it is only $25. So yes, we are not recovering the cost from the point of view that the external adjudicator charges us $52 per case, but that is why we try to make it as accessible to our residents and our ratepayers as possible. The punitive cost of $100 if someone doesn't show up for an internal adjudication and $200 for the external is simply, just confirming what bylaw department is saying, is because we want people to reach out to us and be civil, with us in the same way that we're civil with them. So it's not out of line with our neighbors and other municipalities. It is way more cost effective for us to implement this. And at the end of the day, it is a work in progress. It is a new implementation for us. We will have unique episodes as we typically do here, and so there will be some fine tuning down the road. But I do firmly believe that staff has spent a lot of time putting this together, and over several months, as you know, because we've been back and forth to council on this. So I am hopeful that we can kind of get going with this, that we approve the proposed bylaws, and then we'll revisit it as and when, especially when in the summer months when it gets busy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Branciano, you had an additional remark?
Thank you. I do. I have a question to our sustainability director, as well as a couple of additional questions to our bylaw officers. Ms. Schneier, I believe previously in council, we had looked at the average income for Port Severn. Do you recall at the top of your head what the average income is?
Through your worship, it's about $53,000.
Per household, is that correct?
Yes.
Per household, not
That's
per individual, but per household.
Per household.
So
That's
you divide
correct.
that by 2, it's about 25,000 each.
Yes.
Okay, great. So $53,000 on average per household within our community, and here we are charging upwards of $200 potentially for hearings. I would say that would be a very, very, very large impact to their financial obligations for the month if they had to pay. Just for sake of clarity, if I can, I'm going to throw a hypothetical. I'm just kind of curious. Let's say, for all intents and purposes, I were to request a review. I'm assigned a date with Ms. Hall. I missed that date. But I come back to the township and say, geez, I wasn't aware, I missed it somehow, some way, the communication didn't find its way to me. I'd be obligated to pay the $200. Is that correct?
That is correct. When you fill out the screening request or hearing request form, there is the method, like you would be putting your information, whether it's an email address or where you live, so that we can make sure that we are delivering it to most of our communication, unless it's an individual that doesn't request it because of that, they're not familiar with technology. The easiest way of communication is email, so that we can ensure that it's quick delivery. That's part of our delivery process under a specific section in our bylaw. And by requesting that hearing, you would be putting that information on that request to ensure that we have all the correct information to actually provide that request to you. We have the same in the POA, where people will try and plead to a justice that I never received the summons and so on, but that's not very a common case. We see that they're willing to forgive just a case of being forgetful or neglectful for missing a date.
Okay, great. Because the reason why I asked this is because it actually happened to me. So I had given my work address, my work email address, to the City of Toronto. They'd sent me an email and it went to my spam box. So unbeknownst to me, I wasn't aware. And in this situation, you confirmed that I'd be obligated to pay the $200 because I missed the meeting. Let's say, for all intents and purposes, at least for the City of Toronto, they then allowed me to reschedule the meeting. There was some sympathy and understanding, and I showed them that it was my spam box. And let's say I went through the hearing with Ms. Hall, and she determined that, yes, Ms. Levesque's decision was correct. On top of the $200, I would then have to pay the $25.
If there was a permission granted for you to actually show up to a different hearing, we wouldn't be charging a non-appearance fee to that additional. At the end of that, if they upholded it, you would pay your penalty amount plus that additional $25 adjudication fee.
So there would be some discretion to waive it
Got it. Understood. My final question, and thank you for your patience here. My final question, if I can ask, is: will there be a judicial body that who has the authority to overrule Ms. Hall's decision that is impartial and not necessarily hired by our township? And the question is, Ms. Hall essentially is hired by our township, and so there may be an argument that she is biased innately from that particular process. So will there be a judicial body or a tribunal that sits above her that this person can take it to?
No. Her decision on that ticket is final. So if someone didn't like the process of AMPS, they can challenge the bylaw, like at the superior level, like any other bylaw, they could challenge that. But no, if Mrs. Hall says that ticket stands, then it is that. There's nothing beyond her. And that's like the difference with POA is people can bring things back, right? So like I've had parking tickets that had been paid or unchallenged and they didn't show up, and 3 years later they came back for the same parking ticket. So this is just gonna, get these matters dealt with and moved on, and not, flogging down the system, right? That's the intention of AMPS. So no, there wouldn't be a body after her.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Listen to all this comments with interest. I think it's important for us to understand. I mean, I stand by the decision the council made before going down the road of AMPS. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's fiscally more responsible. I also think it better serves our residents, both the guilty and the not guilty, by having a system like this that we can manage in-house. And I find myself not as concerned about the $100 or $200 fines, because let's remember, that's after they had agreed to a date, and then it did not show up. And we often talk about our expenses and trying to balance our budget and all the taxes going up. I think it's only fair if somebody has asked for our time and then don't show up. I think they should still be paying for our time. I don't think it's out of line. And if you, I think it should be clear to an individual, you're booking an appointment and there's a cancellation fee. If you don't, obviously there's not a cancellation fee if you choose to make arrangements before the date because something came up. But I think it's quite fair. I think it's quite fair that if you arrange for a hearing and you don't appear, then yeah, everybody else appeared. There's cost attached to it. So I don't have an issue with it myself. I think it's quite fair. And I'm optimistic. I'm quite hopeful that majority of residents, or non-residents for that matter, who receive these fines will go through the process, and they'll moan and groan, because most of us do if we get a ticket. But I think most of them will pay it because they're guilty. And so anyway, I don't see any other hands. Yes, additional comment to be made at your end?
Through your worship, just to answer Councillor Gattiano's question about whether there's a higher power, there is a higher extension beyond AMPS, and that would be a charter challenge, and it'd be a minimum of $11,000. At the other municipalities that I served, it was very common for us to not have people show up for hearings. It was also very common for them not to show up for their screenings, believe it or not. And that those were the mechanisms that were brought in to counter that. And some of the municipalities have gone higher to try to recoup the cost, but also to stop that behavior from continuing. And as the word gets out within the municipalities, and as those municipalities around us are sharing those responsibilities, it's hoping that stops the wasting of resources and time. So that's what the accountability for that all that is for. But to answer your question, yes, there is a higher power. It's the charter challenge, and it's $11,000 minimum just to go through that process.
Thank you. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek, Be it resolved that council adopted administrative monetary penalty system, or AMPS, interference and conflict of interest policies, and that the proposed fees and charges respecting administrative monetary penalty system, AMPS, and burn permits be brought forward for enactment, and that the updated bylaw for administrative monetary penalty system in the township of Georgian Bay be brought forward for enactment, and that the bylaws for the appointment of the screening officer and the hearing officer be brought forward for enactment, and that the amendments to the noise bylaw, clean yards bylaw, fireworks bylaw, open air burning bylaw be brought forward for enactment. All those in favor?
Let the record show that a recorded vote was requested by Councillor Bochek. Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote? Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote? Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Petco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you very much. It's mighty close to 11 o'clock. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute. Oh, let me be generous because you guys have real trouble with 10 minutes. Let's make it a 13-minute break and we will reconvene at 10 after 11, hopefully sharp. Thank you.
Is it working? So, yeah, it'd be nice to have all new equipment and, but I am familiar with, an example is a 2-year lease return equipment. Something like, say, John Deere would lease out a full service 2-year equipment. So the equipment's been looked after. The hours would be very low and we wouldn't purchase it if it wasn't in great shape. The difference is you can save quite a bit of money on about a 2-year-old piece of equipment that's returned on a lease, full service lease, that's been looked after, not damaged. Probably didn't load salt and sand, which is hard on the equipment. If you prefer to go new, we can look at brand new. We have prices for brand new too, but you do save quite a bit of money. And because we're asking for so many pieces of equipment, it might make sense to look at a fairly new 2-year lease return piece of equipment. That was where that suggestion came from.
Just really quickly, then it would be nice to have a point of reference what new equipment would be, just so we know what I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing at all. I just think from a point of reference from a council standpoint, it'd be nice to know what we might be paying for this type of stuff, as a whole, new versus your proposal.
That was in the report, don't you?
I missed the new. Oh, did I miss the new amount? I apologize.
It's under the financial considerations.
Yeah, financial
I
considerations.
read it. Believe me, I read this through and I missed it. Okay, never mind. It's taken care of.
You and numbers,
Yeah, a lot of numbers.
Councillor Predko, please. How are your numbers?
Hopefully they're good. We'll find out in a couple of minutes, I think. So I just have a couple of questions about the report. It's don't want to sound critical. I just want to understand the justification and where you're going from capacity and future use. So right now we have 3 pieces of equipment of which you're concerned that the availability is not always 100% because they are needing repair and they're not reliable, but the request is for 4 pieces of equipment. So what I'm really curious about is why do we need, if you got 3 good pieces of equipment that were always available, would that give you enough extra capacity that you wouldn't have the concerns that you have today that you're asking for 4 pieces of equipment?
Through the mayor, we're actually recommending disposal of 4 pieces of equipment and purchase of 4 pieces of equipment.
So I thought there was 2 loaders and 1.
3 loaders, 1 backhoe.
Oh, I thought it says township has 2 backhoes and a loader and and a 3rd backhoe. I see. Okay, see, my numbers aren't so good. My numbers aren't as good as I thought. Okay, so you're still looking for a net 4.
Net will have the same number of pieces of equipment, yes.
And then the other question I would have is that, part of what you're explaining is that you're using one of the pieces at least, mainly in the winter for hauling snow and sand into the backs of trucks. And you're worried about the availability of that. From a cost replacement perspective, whether it's used or new, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend in today dollars. And the monthly rental is $7,000 to $8,000 per month. If it's a winter concern, could you rent something for the winter for, let's say, $40,000 for a couple of years to defer the cost of at least one of these items to help us get to an amortization and a reserve buildup so that we're not spending all this money up front?
Through the mayor, we could, but it's about $8,500 a month for a piece of equipment. So 8 times 6 is 40. So that's about $50,000 a year.
As opposed to 170 to buy it right now.
Right. And after 3.5 years, we would have paid for it. We have the monies, for the most part, set aside in the reserve.
It's the for most part that I'm concerned about.
I have asked for a little bit more than what our quotes are right now. And I have not included anything coming back to us for the sale of our existing equipment. So it is going to be offset, but I'm trying to be conservative, and I would think we'll get, I don't know, $7,500,000 back for what we have, somewhere in that ballpark. We haven't had them assessed. We haven't received a quote. The rubber tire backhoes are in really rough shape. So.
Okay, I mean, so just my concern is the large amount that we're taking out of reserves, some of which is not covered. And whatever we can do to try to offset that would be ideal.
Through the mayor, we don't have any money set aside right now, though, to rent anything. So if we were renting a two-piece of equipment, that's going to be close to $100,000 a year just for, say, 2 loaders, right? So, and that has to come from somewhere. So whether that money is drawn from reserves or we draw a couple $100,000 from reserves to purchase the equipment, that's a decision for council. My recommendation would be to purchase them, but I am just me.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this is kind of a topic that I'm a bit of an expert on. Spent most of my life doing this. In the past, we've used gov deals to liquidate assets, and I don't think that's really the appropriate avenue anymore. They're talking about 16 to 20% increased prices through Ritchie Brothers over gov deals. So that's just a suggestion I would make to you, is look at other avenues for liquidation of assets if it's available to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of that.
And my other, trying to work through this and understand the long-term investment of this. Out of the 3 units that we're looking to liquidate, is there one that would be in better repair than the others that could be used? I'll get to the premise of this. A loader is used to load sand into a truck 3 months of the year, 4 months of the year. The rest of the time it basically sits there and does nothing in comparison to what it get used for in the winter. I'm wondering if we could forego one of the loaders and get the best of the 2 that we have, ship it up to a place where it's not as heavily used, say the MacTier yard as opposed to our yard or something like that? Or do you feel that it's just prolonging the inevitable and we're going to be back here a year from now trying to do the same exercise again? It's really, I'm looking for your opinion on it because I trust your opinion. And I know the mechanic, so I trust his opinion as well too.
We have had this discussion. I really appreciate the question. If we were going to keep any of the piece of equipment, it would be the John Deere backhoe. That's in the best worst condition. We would dispose of the loader. We would dispose of the cat rubber tire backhoe. We dispose of the Kubota. Hang on to the John Deere for another year or so. Get 2 loaders and get a Mini X. Our staff, we've discussed with all of our staff, and they're really strong proponents for 2 loaders, not another backhoe. A loader at each end for loading the trucks, and they have to be available for 6 months, not 4 months. I know that the winters are getting easier, but we have to be ready from October 15th to April 15th. So we have to have them there for 6 months.
And the only other question I had was to do with the mini excavator. If you're looking like a Kubota X19 or somewhere along there, can we stick with a rubber track unit? Because I think it would be advantageous to you and your guys in the future to have a rubber track instead of a steel track. It'd be less expensive too. You can operate it on our roads, on our driveways. We don't have to worry about damage and that. So just a suggestion that we look towards, because they're making them quite large now. You can get, I forget how many tons you can get with a rubber track on it, but I think long term for the township, it would be a more usable piece of equipment.
To the mayor, I believe we are looking at a rubber track, and we're not looking at a huge one. The reason being, in the cemetery, we have very tight spaces, and we also have sand that we're digging in. And the load that's going down on the sand could cause our excavation to cave in, which we really don't want to happen. So we're looking at a medium-sized one. I believe it's 65,000. 3.5 tons. Thank you.
Okay. And the loaders would be articulating, would they?
Through the mayor, yes, they would.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Brad, I'm not going to have as many direct questions with respect to the equipment itself, rather the costs associated with the equipment. I'll be honest with you, I'm having a hard time rationalizing this request, and the reason being is that we just approved new fire trucks for our township at an astronomical cost, and here we are now asking for in excess of $750,000 to purchase some equipment, while we've increased our residents' taxes by 5.9%, arguing that we are running in operational deficits. So from my perspective, I'm wondering, and perhaps you know, I reviewed the report in its entirety. I didn't really see any options to finance as a possible way to address this and amortize over a longer period of time. And I know, having recently purchased a Kubota myself, they do offer 0% financing, which not necessarily something that would cost us anything. I don't know whether or not we can finance our equipment and what that looks like, but it's something that we can frankly consider. And I don't see it, or I didn't see it in the report, so maybe I'm wrong in assuming that you didn't consider it. And secondly, I wonder whether we look at prolonging the sale of these equipment by one additional year and coming back to budget next year to put this into budget and to determine what that's, you know, what's going to be best, and just maintaining, because my understanding is it's a cost of $3,000 per piece of equipment per year is what I read in the report to maintain. Maybe I misunderstood that figure, but I believe there was a mention of what it's costing right now per year to maintain. The cost of repair is on the order of $3,000 pertaining to the Caterpillar backhoe, which is currently being used on a limited basis due to an outstanding defect. So again, I would see a $3,000 cost to prolong it as more fiscally prudent than passing something that's $850,000 here today.
Through the mayor, unfortunately, that line is just related to one issue that's existing on the Caterpillar right now, or on the Caterpillar. This is the sentence right below the images, correct? Correct. Yeah. So there's an outstanding issue that we haven't had addressed. It's because it's $3,000. If we are successful in getting our authorization to proceed, we're probably not going to go ahead with that work. So it's not $3,000 a year. This year, I don't have the numbers. I think we are around $60,000 or $70,000 on the one. And the only reason we haven't had to lease one is because we've had such an easy winter. We got really lucky because we had both rubber tires down at the same time for long-term fixes, and we had to ship one of them out. So we got quite lucky there. We need something to be done respectfully. If we do reduce the purchase, that's great. If we can, I'm happy to look into the financing. That's a wonderful idea. But I would just like it to be part of the resolution as opposed to bringing it back to council. We feel we really need to move forward on this. And I appreciate it's a huge number. We have been putting the money aside in the asset management plan. Most of it is there. So we would like to move forward with purchasing them. Thank you.
May I, if I, as an addition, and thank you on that, Brad. I would be fine in, you know, including this in the resolution. Suffice it that we give strong consideration over financing this over a period of time, rather than it being a hit to our ratepayers this year. And again, I believe that there are some favorable financing terms right now. At least there was for me with Kubota. Hopefully they'll echo that. So I'll leave that to our clerk on how she wishes to address that.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, do you have an additional remark? Quickly then. Sorry? Well, I don't know when people, if they're putting their hands down or up or what's going on here. Councillor Wojcik. Councillor Predko, please.
With your indulgence, a second point. I mean, this is a large amount of money, and especially having just finished approving the budget for 2024 and knowing the situation with our reserves and trying to rebuild our reserves and other expenses that I know we're going to be incurring for this year, I'm wondering if, with all due respect, asking for a friendly amendment to the resolution to ask for the 4 pieces of equipment not to exceed $700,000, which would be approximately the amount of the operations reserve. And that if there's additional funds needed, and that would give you an opportunity to look at all the creative solutions that you have available to you and the resale values that we don't have in the report at this moment. Perhaps it would have to come back to council if you needed to use our operational reserves, and we could have an analysis from the finance department as to what impact that would have on us.
through the mayor, if I may offer a bit of a different approach, that we be approved to buy 2 loaders and a mini X. And then we come back regarding the 4th piece of equipment. That will get us under the amount in the reserve. It will address our really pressing needs right now. And the one that's not as pressing, we can come back with if needed.
So yeah, that would be the same thing. I guess my concern is not exceeding the operational reserve.
Well, are you, when you say operational reserve, you're talking about the equipment reserve?
The operations equipment
Yeah,
reserve.
I think,
Yes. Sorry for not being precise.
You know, we've had a couple suggestions for modifying the resolution, sorry, the motion, but before I get to that, I'd like to make a few comments. You know, when I read this report, I think there's a few things that we have to take into account that are very important. One is we have equipment that we can't trust. And so, you know, when that big snowstorm hits us in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time, if it were to happen, and we can't load the truck with the sand, you know what we're going to hear about. And everybody who slides off the road is going to be even more vocal than the rest. I think it's extremely important that we respect that our operations department figure this equipment and all that equipment. I mean, it's between 14 and 21 years of age. You know, 6,000 odd hours or more, depending upon which piece of equipment. Equipment that they've spent over $120,000 on the last few years trying to keep it operating. I think it's just good financial management to have equipment that doesn't require as much repair. And, you know, that if they've spent $120,000 over the last few years, I'm venturing they're spending $50,000 this year and $50,000 next year anyway to keep this stuff going. And the sad thing is if it breaks down, that takes you so many weeks to find the parts for something that's 18 years old or whatever the particular machine is. So I think that their recommendation makes a heck of a lot of sense. I also think it's important to note that we do have $645,000 in our equipment reserve, our fleet reserve, that gets us a good way through this. Now, I think, you know, encouraging the operations department to see whether there's a finance option or other option. I think, of course, they should be looking at those things. But I think, you know, if we're concerned about cash flow, we should also be concerned about the cash flow that goes with all sorts of repairs that aren't in our budget necessarily, because we don't know what they're going to be or when they're going to show up. So, you know, I don't want us to get too caught up on not spending on this side while we have to spend on the other side. So anyway, I would be in favor of the motion as it currently reads, but if we would like to add an extra sentence or two, I will open up the floor for, I know that Councillor Graziano suggested a paragraph about financing. Oh, Councillor Cooper, you haven't spoken to this yet. So why don't we give you first dibs?
I'd like to speak about it. Not to it. Sorry. I just, an English nut. I just would like to say a couple of things. I certainly believe that we need to keep our equipment fresh. And obviously we've not done that in this particular case, so it's certainly about time. Having said that, I would support the acquisition of this equipment if we find 50% of the funding elsewhere in our township. We're also already dealing with a pretty high increase in our taxes because of our budget, and I can't say I'm particularly proud of that. I'm not. So I think our staff need to revisit what we are spending and find a place to find 50% of this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Council. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm finding myself in agreement with the motion as it stands. I understand where we're at, and looking at the age of these things and the asset management program or whatever it's called, as it currently stands. I mean, we have three out of those four items should have been replaced by now anyway. According to that, I like Councilor Graziano's idea of the department looking at more creative financing, such as leasing. And I would encourage that. I don't know if we need to have that in the motion. That's my question. We need to put that in as part of the motion. Otherwise, Brad's idea of replacing what is essential right now and maybe holding off on one item of equipment might not be a bad idea.
Through the mayor, I believe Councilor Graziano was referring to financing, not leasing. Am I correct?
Yeah, one or the other, I'm fine with. So, it's, I'll leave it to council to staff to determine whether or not financing or leasing is going to be the better of the two options. But I financed at 0%.
Okay, thank you. Just out of curiosity, was that a new machine or a used one?
Brand new.
So I'm going to ask a practical question here for a moment, and that is, given the encouragement for financing, at least looking into financing, and given your suggestion that these purchases might be staggered a little, because who knows what you can find and when anyway. I'm wondering whether we need to change the motion or if these other ideas can just simply be direction provided. And I'm looking at Madam Clerk for that advice. And while she's looking, I just want to make the observation that the motion talks about a $850,000, call it upset limit. The $645,000 that are in reserves as a result of taxpayers' contributions over the last probably 20 years in one sense for some of this equipment, 75% of the money is in the bank for these acquisitions. And I think that's important to understand that we have saved up, not quite enough, but significantly towards what we need if your suggested pricing is where you end up.
Through the mayor, if it'll move this along, we're more than happy if we can get authorization to purchase 2 loaders and a Mini X and come back regarding the rubber tire.
Yeah. Okay, so what the suggested wording here is that the purchase be funded from operations equipment reserve if needed, additional funds be allocated from the township general reserve, or alternative funding options be considered. So that would give you scope on that one.
Your worship.
Councilor Jarvis, followed by Councilor Graziano, or your hand done now? Okay, Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a concern with the way that it's worded. I'd prefer to emphasize, and however we do so, that they should look at financing first before we endeavor to deplete our reserves. I understand that we saved up and the money, 75% of the monies are there, but I'd hate to see another rainy day arise where we have zero. Hence the suggestion that we look at alternatives first, exhaust that, and then endeavor to deplete. And however we word that, whether council wishes to offer a percentage or something here today, whereby we give them authority to engage financing at X percent or not, I'll defer or I'll leave that to council's will. But I would rather just try to emphasize that that would be the first step.
Well, we can simply just change the order of that particular sentence in the sense that alternative funding options be considered before utilizing the operation equipment reserve and, if necessary, the township's general reserve. Director Sokash.
I'm just thinking of wording. I guess CEO Mariotti is now the treasurer. So I don't know if there'll be a problem or not. If we find alternative 0% funding, that's wonderful. There's not a funding source in the resolution.
Okay. And I'm also concerned that if we spend too much time fine tuning this, we're getting into the nitty gritty, where basically is what in front of us is you need new equipment or replacement equipment. And I think there's a general, I don't want to speak to council before we call any sort of vote, but I think there's general acknowledgement that things have to be done. And I'd like to leave the details in the hands of staff as opposed to ourselves. I have no issue with making reference to alternative funding options being considered. And CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, if I may, just to kind of move this along. Yes, staff are going to look at any preferential rate financing that we can. I've seen the 0% flyers, whether it applies to a 2-year-old machine for commercial, industrial purposes, I don't know, but we will look at that stone and overturn that stone. And when we come back to council with an update on the equipment, we will provide a backgrounder as to what we found out there in the market in terms of interest rates.
All right. Councillor Welch.
Mr. Mayor, we were given the opportunity here through our operations director to save a whole lot of money in the immediate future by honoring his request for 2 loaders and an excavator, a mini excavator. And just because of my knowledge of equipment, and Brad knows this as well too, that with the mini excavator, you can do every bit of the work that the backhoe used to do. You have a loader, which is the front end of the backhoe, and you have an excavator, which is the back end of the backhoe. So in the interim, I don't think we're going to be left short. And I would like to address the offer that he put forward to us, where we move forward with 2 loaders and a mini excavator, and we put the backhoe aside for right now, and we deal with it at a later date. Because we can get through with what we have without that backhoe.
Well, if we were to follow that, we would remove 1 used rubber tire backhoe from the first sentence. And then if we did that, that would mean that they would have to come back to us for the backhoe.
If they find the need, they may find out.
Okay. And if we're removing the 1 rubber tire backhoe, we're removing $170,000 from the request, in effect. So $850, $750, $680. It's about $680. Okay. Council, shall we look at all? I'm seeing lots of heads nodding, so I'm changing that. And I'm going to read the motion as I believe it now reads, and I hope your ears are perked. It was moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that staff be authorized to proceed with obtaining quotations for 2 used loaders and 1 mini excavator, and that in recognition of the risks associated with this equipment being unavailable for use, that staff be authorized to deviate from the procurement policy and instead obtain quotations from a minimum of 3 vendors for each piece of equipment. And that after review of the received quotations by the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Financial Services, the Director of Operations be authorized to proceed with the purchase of the equipment, and that the purchase be funded from the Operational Equipment Reserve, and if needed, additional funds be allocated from the Township General Reserve after alternative funding options have been considered. And that the total purchase cost, excluding HST, authorized by this resolution for the purchases of the 3 pieces of equipment not exceed $680,000. All those in favor? And that has passed unanimously. Well, I stated unanimously because I thought that would have the same meaning, but yes, we can do it. We can do it either way.
Your Worship, I just want to have a chat with these gentlemen outside. Can you move to a different item instead of going back to Haskets, if you wouldn't mind?
Well, why don't can we go? Sure, we can postpone Haskets momentarily. Fire's not here. Withdrawal from building reserve development services. Can we do that? Okay, so let's go to item E now. So we've done A and we've done C. Item E, withdrawal from building reserves, page 145 in my report. Ms. Nicholson, I believe this is your report.
You are correct.
Okay. Fire away, please.
Oh, I guess I should go to the report. So I'm sure as you all read, I'm looking to withdraw, just hang on a second. A massive amount. So basically under $9,000, we've had the opportunity that our current or our previous septic reinspection student is available for approximately 12 weeks. We have been trying for some time to update and digitally store the MOE septic approvals in our system, which has never been done. So we are trying to move that project forward, which I do believe may be on our work plan for this year. So just looking to ask, because obviously this project wasn't budgeted for, as it just happily fell in my lap. So we're hoping to just remove the cost of hiring him for the next 12 weeks from the reserve, which is precisely what that reserve is for.
Thank you. So you're asking for $9,000 from a reserve because you had not included this in the budget that was presented to us a couple of months ago.
This project was not in the budget, no.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship. I'm wondering whether or not there's, and perhaps this is a question to Kayley then, whether there would be an opportunity to extend this beyond the amount of time that you've identified. And here's kind of my reasoning for it. Two things. One, in 2023, council passed a resolution requesting that staff present a report on OLT matters, and we were informed that we would receive that report through the summer student program. Unfortunately, I don't believe we did. So I'm wondering whether or not this student could also assist us with that. And then I understand that council today will be discussing the possibility of a waste task force committee that may require additional help. So is there an ability to extend beyond this amount of time, or is this just going to be a fixed time for this person?
Yep. So through your worship, unfortunately, no, I only have the ability to have them for that certain period of time. And the way the building reserve works, along with all building permit fees, it is specifically spent in building related issues. So unfortunately, as much as nice as it would be to be able to do those extra projects, the Act doesn't allow for that.
Thank you for that, and that's correct. It slipped my mind that what building earns is what building gets to spend, so thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Great initiative. Good job. Is there any possibility of adding one other task to the worker? The concept of building a septic database, so you actually know what's going on and it's not just transient scanned information. Is that something you can add in?
Through your worship, basically that's where we're heading. So it will be attached to our mapping in our town suite system currently. Obviously, if it will be available through our other mapping systems through the hub at some point in time, most likely. But yes, this is the first kind of footstep moving forward to be able to have that. So when we want to map an area or we want to see something, we can see what is in place septic wise on that property specifically.
Perfect. So one more question, if I may. Has the Georgian Bay Alliance reached out to you on that topic?
No, I do not believe I've heard from anybody from there.
Okay, they told me they were going to reach out to you. I told them it was a great idea, that you would likely be receptive, so.
You and I can talk about that after. You can let me know.
Okay.
What, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other? I see no other hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council approve the withdrawal in the amount of $8,971 from the building reserve for the cost of hiring a temporary employee for a maximum of 12 weeks. All those in favor? And I'm going to use the word unanimously, and I'm going to stick both hands up. Then the public's very silly. Okay, we've done that one. Oh, dang. Yeah, I think we discussed that earlier, didn't we? Okay, so they haven't. 10D. You're here for Marine number 4? All right, let's go to Marine number 4, which is item 10D, please. We're going backwards one step. And
thank you, Mayor.
To our Deputy Chief.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This report is basically to sole source the manufacturer. So a little bit of history. Operations had a grant to purchase a boat for Phragmites, which we're calling Marine number 4. And operations kind of put it in our hands, and we've been looking after the boat moving forward, because in 5 years we need to do something with this boat. So we put forward a capital budget of around $14,000 to do some improvements to that boat to make it more functional for staff using it during emergencies, or just doing cottage pumps and all that kind of stuff. So we have been using that boat when the Georgian Bay Forever hasn't been using the boat. So we've been using it for cottage pumps and stuff because it's not an emergency vessel at the time. So we're not pulling from that, our emergency vessels, to do some of those things. We've also been using it for planning bylaw, taking them out to sites and stuff, so that our fireboat isn't that enforcement type picture the public may see. So with this improvements, we want to put a top on it. And the best way to do that is go right back to the manufacturer and put the top on the boat, because they have all their approvals through Transport Canada. So they'll provide us with the paperwork once they're done. So that's why we're coming forward with the sole source report. They're going to fall within just slightly of our budget. We've got some room to negotiate a little bit. But we're just looking for council's approval to move forward with the manufacturer to put this hard top on. And it is an approved capital line item.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I think it makes, under the circumstances per your report, sole sourcing the roof on top of this boat makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Excellent strategy. Excellent. Yes. I have a same thing, but in Stanley, and you might want to use that as a negotiating point. It only cost me 10 grand to have my hardtop put on. So you might want to push them and say, Stanley can do it for 10. Why are you wanting to charge 14?
Yes, we did. We do have to do some modifications, because if this does become the new Marine 3, we had to widen the door to get. So when you're carrying a patient in, because we want to keep them in out of the weather, depending on the circumstances, we have to get a Stokes basket in through the door so that we can have the patient under roof. So there is a few things, and they've changed the windshields and stuff. So appreciate the comment.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, so just to clarify, some of the alterations are not just, there are other alterations, not just the roof.
Yes, so
Okay.
they're gonna alter the windshields and they're putting in a door. And the one console is gonna be shortened a little bit to accommodate us getting equipment through the door.
And just one quick question then, how big is this vessel?
22 feet.
22, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a little bit of insight so that I know which boat this is. We had a boat in the fire department where there was a request a while ago about re-outfitting some of it because it had a problem backing up. It had a problem steering after we put a new motor on it or something. Is this the same boat?
No, this is the Fragmighty boat that was purchased with a grant through the province for rag hitting Fragmites, but that contract's only for 5 years, and then we have to do something with the boat afterwards.
Okay.
I'm not too sure what you're referring to.
Are you talking about the boat club boat with had motor replacement and all that?
Yes,
No,
yes.
that's a whole different boat.
Whole different boat. Okay, because
Totally different boat.
I wanted to make sure of that because if we're spending the money on this now, I want to get that part rectified as well too. But it's okay.
Yeah, this is a brand new boat.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, I think this is great use, and I think it's also terrific that we have a boat that the province paid for, and we're sharing it.
Yes.
If you will, between the Fragmites fight, but also all sorts of other purposes. We're making very good use of the province's money.
Yeah, and for
And we're
the
gonna make better
future
use.
too, we probably will come back again with more capital projects. Right now, we're taking little steps, right, to improve the boat.
Yeah. I have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that council approves staff to sole source Henley aluminum boat manufacturer to complete the modifications to marine number 4. All those in favor? And that is unanimous as well.
Thank you.
Carried, by the way, unanimously. All right. Why don't we go to the clerk's department, because the operations department, operations department has returned. I apologize. Sir, we'll go back up to 10B, Haskell's drainage resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council may recall this has been going on for several years now. And we did have a consultant come in to look at the drainage issue on Haskell's. They came up with a recommendation, but it was quite expensive. Our solicitor has suggested that it's best served going through the Drainage Act, using the Drainage Act to rectify this. And that would be initiated by one of the proponents. Council asked us to try and come up with something with the proponent to address some of their problems. We thought we had, but unfortunately, when we put together a written agreement, they were not satisfied with the agreement as it didn't address. You may remember there was phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 was to address some drainage that was going towards some trees in a building that the proponent wanted redirected. We were going to work towards that, and then phase 2 ultimately would be a total redirection of the water, but at the expense that was proposed, that had been deferred. So we were directed to work with them on redirection of the water just to keep it away from the trees. We started working on that. We put together an agreement to make sure everything was clearly understood, what we were proposing to do, what responsibilities we were assuming, and most importantly, what we weren't assuming, which was control of the amount of flow going across the property as well as another source of flow onto the property. Unfortunately, this wasn't able to be resolved through the discussions on the agreement, and we did receive a pretty direct email back saying unless we dealt with the flow mitigation and storage, basically, they weren't willing to move forward with the project. So we are, despite the email that was received last night, we've brought this forward and still recommend that we advise all the proponents that they should go through the Drainage Act to address this. That was our recommendation from our solicitor from day one, and it's still a means to address it. It doesn't put all of the costs in the proponent's hand. It probably puts a lot of the costs in our hands when it comes to construction because of the source of the water. But there would be cost sharing, and there would also be a better mechanism for discussing and ultimately coming up with a resolution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, I see your physical hand.
Yeah. To our operations director, generally we don't have any responsibilities for drainage on private property. That's usually up to the individual when they deem they're going to start a building project. In this case here, is it because of a modification that the township made to existing roads or existing drainage that's caused this water to enter onto this person's property?
Through the mayor, if it is, it's not a recent change. If there was a change made, it was 35 years ago or something like that. There was work done on Haskett's Drive. There was a suggestion that that was contributing to the problem due to a new cross culvert. We've blocked that cross culvert, but the issue has not been resolved at all by blocking that cross culvert. So if it was something that was done, it was 35 years ago, maybe, maybe not.
Okay, but your department has recognized that there is a drainage issue from municipal property over onto private property. Have we at least got that far?
Through the mayor, there's never been a question that there's water coming off of township property onto private property. And that happens across this township in hundreds, if not more locations. So it's been like that since the lots were severed, from what I'm told. There may have been changes by recent development, but if it is, it's recent development on private property, not on township property.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, Brad, I had received a email from one of the property owners or the property owner in regards to this issue. In my understanding, based on what I've heard you articulate today, is that we do have a finalized engineering study. Is that correct? We received one, or was that?
Through the mayor, we have a preliminary engineering study, which basically brings the water back up to Haskett's Drive. It's been a while since I looked at it, but I think the cost was maybe $175,000, something on that order. There's a big blast that has to go through to create a very deep pipe to redirect the water.
And are we able to discuss the reason behind the mutual agreement not being fruitful, or is that something we need to do in closed?
I can generally discuss it. What the proponent wants is the municipality to control the amount of water that's coming over his property in the event of a storm event. If we were to do that by plugging or partially plugging a culvert that goes under a driveway, it would put water on our land, which is fine. It would also put water on private property, which without their agreement, and I don't expect us to get it based on discussions I've had with them, it's not something we should be doing. So we're taking an existing drainage flow that's been in place for however long and now changing it and flooding somebody else's property, essentially.
And just one final question, if I may. How does this act, or how would this act differ from the approach that was essentially negotiated between the two parties?
Through the mayor, this would have under the Drainage Act, I don't recall the full process, but an application would be made, a drainage engineer would be assigned, and any costs of the drainage engineer as well as any construction costs are borne by the parties contributing water to the situation. So that would be determined by the drainage engineer. So we contribute water, neighbors contribute water, the proponent may contribute water. Whatever the costs are for the engineering, any legal, any construction costs, they would be borne and shared proportionately by those property owners.
So it's an impartial process.
It is an impartial
Thank
process.
You. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
A couple questions. First off, based on your response to Councillor Bochek's question, is it entirely possible that this drainage has always been going on historically even before Haskett's Drive was put in place?
Through the mayor, it's possible. It's possible it wasn't as well. That's not an answer.
Well, it's about what I think I should expect for an answer. It's okay. All of us are in receipt of correspondence that came through late last night from Vince Santoro. Have you had a chance to look at that correspondence?
I've read it once, but it was a very quick read before this meeting. Generally, what he stated, some of it I agree with it, some of I don't agree with. But at the end of the day, I don't see us coming to an agreement to get this work moved forward.
I mean, it's just that he's contending that certain aspects of your report are not correct. And I'm worried. I don't know where this could end up going. I'd like to think that obviously you've done everything to the best of your ability, and I believe that. But it doesn't seem to be the approach that Mr. Santoro is taking.
To the mayor, we have a difference of opinion. I don't have any personal skin in the game, right? This is a township matter. If council directs us to do this, we will do it. I don't have a personal issue with the proponent. I don't have a personal issue with the residents. They're all quite interesting and charming, but at the end of the day, I've made the recommendation based on advice from the solicitor, from the engineer, and my own opinion.
The people that should know. Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Bochek, because he's already had a turn, a couple of questions. Roughly how many residents are involved with this drainage issue? Was it half a dozen or something?
Half a dozen to a dozen, something on that order.
You know, I guess I find it an interesting challenge situation because, yeah, in many cases, the township is responsible for land that's behind the shoreline properties, and so and obviously everything that's in behind is going to drain through somebody's property into the lake because that's the way water flows. And I think that this situation is probably like many others where people put in their own lane or parking area or what have you, and it may affect not only the drainage over their property, but their neighbor's property. And I think that's one of the advantages of the Drainage Act is that you get a neutral engineer coming in and saying, well, here's where the water's coming from, here's how the direction's been changed, here's how we can address the issue, and then allocating, we'll call it responsibility amongst all the parties involved. I think that's appropriate. I mean, obviously, ideally, in your discussions with the individuals involved, you would have reached some sort of agreement as, okay, this probably is the best thing we can do for everyone. And everybody say, okay, let's do it. But that hasn't happened in spite of your efforts.
Through the mayor, I came to you probably over a year ago and reported I thought it had. I was mistaken again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm unfamiliar with the Drainage Act. I received this email last night and it was very late and I was watching Taylor Swift. So I would ask, and I don't even know if this is the place or how I should do it, and I should know since I've been on council long enough, to defer this so that I have the ability to research a little bit more into the Drainage Act, kind of get a better understanding of what Mr. Santoro and his neighbors are talking about. And for a 30-day deferral in order to seek more information, I don't think is going to hurt this in any way, shape, or form, because this is a long-standing act that we've been trying to complete over a year now. So I just don't feel real comfortably personally of shutting this down and putting an end to it today by putting a vote towards council. I don't think I have enough information to make that decision correctly. So I'll leave it in the mayor's hands, but this councillor would like to have a deferral to have more time to study this. Thank you.
Through the mayor, if this was deferred, there's no reason we couldn't have our solicitor come back and speak to the Drainage Act. I'm not the guy to answer detailed questions on that. But I would like to remind you, about a year ago, he was here and spoke to council. The proponent was present as well. And that's when we were directed to try and work together to come up with a mutually agreeable solution.
About a year ago, we were, let me call it, trained in a very abbreviated version by our solicitor as to what the Drainage Act and what it does and doesn't do. And while it's an extra complication, the advantage of the Drainage Act is then it's an outside group party who comes in and say, okay, here's the solution, and here's who's going to pay for it. They allocate, percentage costs.
I'm still going to maintain the fact that I think we should defer this, because there's been a lot of work and there's been a lot of money spent on this to date, and just to throw all that work and basically start over again. I guess maybe my question would be to our operations director. Do you think that in the next 30 days that you would be able to come up with a compromise or a solution with the proponents on Haskell's Drive, and that in the next 30 days you would have a mutual agreement, or are we just wasting our time?
Through the mayor, unfortunately, the very strong request from the proponent for flow mitigation, which is going to push the water onto private property, in my opinion, negates the opportunity to come up with a mutual agreement.
Okay, I thank you for that, Brad. You're putting your neck out on the line there, and I appreciate it, because if our director of operations makes a statement like that, then we have to believe that what you're saying is absolutely true, and that you've tried everything in the last year to negotiate something and get something done, and it hasn't come to that. Am I correct?
The only caveat I'd like to add to that is my opinion. It is my opinion that is the case.
Okay, then I'll respect that, and I'll withdraw my request for a deferral at this time.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship. I was very much thinking in a similar frame of mind as Councillor Bocek, in that I have yet to have an opportunity to speak with my constituent and they're his neighbors, and I wanted an opportunity to do so. But did I understand you correctly? Do we feel that there could be potential for litigation on this issue if we don't act sooner rather than later?
No, I have no reason to believe that there's a chance for litigation based on timelines.
There could be potential litigation on the township being responsible for the water flow.
There could be. There could be for many things that we bring forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to also suggest that I'd like an opportunity and suggest a deferral for that. Of course, we can determine that through council today, but I'd like to be able to speak with my constituent, in greater detail to his email today. Thank you.
I'm hesitant about a deferral, simply because this has been ongoing for so long. And, we advise that the township, the last, be it resolved that we advise that the township will not take further action, and that the township solicitor recommends the residents seek resolution to this matter on the Drainage Act. So what we're doing, if we pass that motion, is saying that, okay, we've done our best, and if you want to keep talking about this, let's go through the Drainage Act. That doesn't prevent any of those residents, in the meantime, next week, writing a letter saying, well, under the circumstances, I think I'd rather do this than go to the Drainage Act. I mean, it doesn't mean it will not be taking further action. I think what that basically means, not taking further action unless there's an agreement. And I think, I think too often we defer things just because we don't want to make a decision. Not because of lack of information, because just, fingers crossed that something's going to happen. But I think if we were to pass this motion, make it a resolution, I think that would still, that does not prevent the various residents affected by this to keep the conversation going, because, and I don't think we're starting from scratch, because if this goes to, if the residents want to go resolve the matter by going to the Drainage Act, all the information that has been collected over the last couple of years can still be provided to the water engineer, the hydraulics and whatever the right term is, the fellow or gal who's in charge of figuring out what should be done. They would be provided with all the information we've collected over the last couple of years. So I'm as much as I can appreciate a wish for a deferral, I'm not sure it's going to change anything in the sense that we've deferred this in the past. I don't see any other hands raised. I'm going to read the motion and we'll see how the vote goes. I've moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Solicitor recommended the complaint regarding drainage in the vicinity of 862 Haskett Drive be addressed through the Drainage Act. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Council has requested staff to revisit the matter with the representatives of the affected property owners in an attempt to resolve the matter in a collegial manner. And whereas the Township has not been able to obtain a mutually acceptable agreement with the owner of 862 Haskett Drive for construction of a drain across their property, therefore be it resolved that the property owners be advised the Township will not be taking further action, and that the Township Solicitor recommends the residents seek resolution to the matter through the Drainage Act. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm in favor. That's 5-2. That is carried. All right. Indemnification for council and employees. To our clerk's department, please. Item 10F.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this item came up a few times last year. We did have a legal opinion brought forward on it. We had additional training provided on the code of conduct and various indemnification rules. Essentially, our current code of conduct and indemnification bylaw do not permit indemnification for members of council for a code of conduct complaint. That was by design in order to level the playing field between a complainant and the member of council. It's not designed, the code of conduct process is not designed in order for an applicant to be able to or need to retain their own legal counsel. However, there has been precedent where members of council have needed to obtain their own legal opinions in regards to code of conduct complaints and investigations against them. A couple of motions were referred back to staff about how we can address this. And upon review, our indemnification bylaw was quite outdated, so something that needed to be reviewed anyways. Currently, it's over 20 years old, so maybe just, quick time for a refresh. So it's staff's recommendation that section 16.1 in the code of conduct be amended to read that the township's indemnification bylaw shall prescribe legal fees covered for complaints in situations arising from the code of conduct. Currently, it just states that legal fees will not be covered per the code of conduct, but I think it would be easier and more transparent to have all of our legal fees covered under one bylaw as opposed to having to piece together what coverage goes where from each bylaw. So I'm recommending that we amend the code of conduct today. It is listed on the agenda, and that council reviews the draft indemnification bylaw. There are a few updates between our previous version and our current version. Nothing really changes the face value of it other than it covers council and employees for legal counsel or for legal aid when carrying out their duties and done, in truth and honesty, etc. It's pretty standard. Most of our counterparts in the district have something very similar. I kind of melded the two versions together. The only exception being the code of conduct piece. That is something that Some municipalities do have coverage for, most of them are larger municipalities. But I did include a section that is specific to members of council being covered for code of conduct complaints. There are some caveats to it. And in that circumstance, they would be permitted to pick out their own legal counsel, so it's separate from the township. They would have coverage, but after the fact, and only for formal complaints, not for informal complaints. And the amount covered was per one of the recommendations last year by council for $8,000 or up to $8,000 per term, so approximately $2,000 per member per year. So that's the change in budget being proposed for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I'm a little confused on a couple of aspects of it, and that was the current bylaw as it exists says that if you are challenged and you're taken to court and you're found not to be guilty, that your fees are completely covered, correct?
Are you talking about for the code of conduct or in general?
Code of conduct.
Nothing is covered currently for the code of conduct. So this will add coverage.
So I'm having trouble understanding this, and I had the same trouble when I was reading it, was it doesn't conform with what has held true in this township in the past, where I've been taken in code of conduct and you know, my lawyer's fees were $25,000. I was found not guilty in court, and the township paid my $25,000 legal fee.
That was the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, perhaps, but I don't believe it was the code of conduct. And maybe there is a different, I'm not familiar with that case to say how it was or was not covered, but previously council was covered for lawsuits, just not legal fees associated with a code of conduct investigation.
Okay, that's good clarity. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And through your worship, I'm going to refer to my notes as I reviewed this morning at 5 a.m. So I made sure to write notes so I wouldn't forget. Staff's recommended amendment to section 16.1 or to section 16.1 of the Code of Conduct seems to somewhat dilute the recommendations put forward in the original motions to council. The recommendation included in this report seems to be somewhat vague and fails to mention a formal cap, which I think through creative budgeting provided a cap, but we'll talk to the budgeting in a moment. Further, in today's reports advised via page 5, paragraph 1, that the Code of Conduct indemnification is not practiced amongst other DMM municipalities. Yet, I have an email confirming from the Township of Huntsville, referring us back to bylaw number 2011-14, that they do in fact, and then further, our neighbors to the south, I think, as originally mentioned in my original motion, bylaw number 2021-13 for the Corporation of the Township of Severn also indemnifies their councillors. The recommended section 16.1 identified in red points to the township's indemnification bylaw as a defining bylaw on indemnification. What's concerning is the use of the term good faith in our bylaw, specifically in section 2A, again, which is somewhat vague and can be interpreted differently by different parties. Further, section 4C requires a member to bring a code of conduct complaint to the attention of the CAO, which is contrary to the confidentiality requirement in any code of conduct complaint. Moreover, section 5.2 gives the township the authority to choose a lawyer for the member, which may be in direct conflict should a code of complaint arise. I believe that our clerk had mentioned that that may change, providing us the ability to choose our own legal representation. And then further, the change of budget of $2,000 per year rather than a lump sum of $8,000 per year is, in my eyes, not sufficient to be able to address a code complaint, because we may be held to the $2,000 per year and not a total cumulative amount of per term. So it's therefore my recommendation to council that we collectively adopt the original wording presented in the motions dated on April 3rd, 2023, as well as September 5th, 2023. And for those that don't recall the original wording, The latest iteration of my motion dated September 5th, 2023 states, a member of council shall be indemnified for all of their legal or paralegal expenses and applicable taxes incurred if they retain a lawyer or paralegal to provide counsel, advice, or representation on any matter related to code of conduct, including but not limited to any formal or informal complaint made by an integrity commissioner or an investigation by integrity commissioner. And that section 16.2 be created to identify a member of council shall also be indemnified for any all legal or paralegal fees, expenses, and applicable taxes incurred if they retain a lawyer or paralegal to provide counsel, advice, or representation on any matter that is later shared at the request by the township with the township or members of the public in support of a defense or daily duties as a counselor. One further comment that I want to make is that in September 5th iteration, we also allowed the integrity commissioner to make the decision and request or recommend that indemnification not be applicable to the counselor if the issue is so egregious that the counselor should have already been aware of this and knew that that would have been the case. So that was the original format. The current state seems to be somewhat watered down, if I can use that term. And I'm concerned that it's too vague and ambiguous. Thank you. Clerk Wayne.
First, I'd like to clarify that the motion from September that you just referred to was referred back to staff. It was not carried. So this is my opinion based off of research that I have done. I'd also like to clarify that I said this averages 2,000 a year. I didn't say there is a cap of 2,000 per year. So just to clarify that point. Additionally, under the Code of Conduct section in the draft indemnification bylaw, it specifically states that members are able to obtain their own legal counsel in response to a Code of Conduct indemnification complaint. So I just wanted to clarify those items first. Those were things that were requested, and those are things that have been provided for. When it comes to other legal matters, it's generally accepted that the CAO or the insurance company obtains the lawyer, not the counselor themselves or the member. Same applies for staff. So if something were to come up against myself, I personally could not hire the lawyer. That would need to go through the township is the one retaining it if they are the ones representing me. The exceptions obviously being the Code of Conduct. I think we both agree that if someone was guilty, that their costs are not covered. The one difference between 16.1B, I think in my version, is that informal complaints are not covered. Because we want people to be able to work out their items, acknowledging the fact that the applicant has the ability, or the complainant has the ability to forego that section, in which case that doesn't force the member to have to follow the informal section. But that is the removal of a couple of points, which is why I have the draft before council today. In regards to an open, I feel like 16.2 as recommended is an open-ended clause that at any point you can obtain legal counsel to bring forward an opinion in the future. At what point would there be a cap on that? Like there needs to be more regulations around that. So I would like some more information if that's the will of council to have the ability to bring back a legal opinion at any time and have that covered. But again, I would recommend that's part of the indemnification bylaw and not part of the Code of Conduct because it may or may not apply to a Code of Conduct. I don't.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, I had wanted clarification on in good faith and found to not have been acting in poor faith through the whether it's the integrity commissioner or whatever mechanism. But I think I'm satisfied with the wording that's in the bylaw. The other point I wanted to get clarification on is if we're budgeting $14,000, I realize if we have a particularly difficult year and for whatever reason we have an unusually large number of complaints that are covered by this and we go over budget, we would obviously be dipping into operational reserves to make up the difference. What I'm wondering is that optimistically, this money would never get used because everybody's always acting in good faith. Should this be a reserve amount so that if it's not spent in 2024, it gets carried over to 2025 and it would only get topped up when that amount goes below $14,000, just to help with the management in the future and not the reallocation of this money at the end of the fiscal year? Thank you.
That actually made sense. Okay. That made sense in that. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. If that's, yeah, we can add that.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A little experience with this stuff. And Karen, Kirk Way, I'd just like to understand, I think I do, but we're talking here about a breach of the MCIA, not conflict of interest. Because they're two distinct things. We can have conflicts of interest, which may frankly be fair or not fair. I can attest to the unfair side of it. So I don't know that we've fully covered that off here, the conflict of interest versus MCIA. Have we?
There is a section. So the MCIA is not covered because the MCIA doesn't permit you to be covered. I just can't find that offhand. But so this would cover anything else under the Code of Conduct.
So
conflict,
a regular conflict of interest versus a financial MCIA.
Correct.
MCIA is about money.
Yeah, MCIA is directly about money, and anything directly under the MCIA, which is specific through the application and the investigation process, is not covered if found guilty because, well, is not covered, I believe. Because the MCIA doesn't permit it.
Well, we've covered counselors in the past.
I'm not familiar with what was done or what wasn't done. I believe it's section 5 of the
I
MCIA.
can address that if you wish, to give you some prudent information, and that is that
Let me just double check.
they do not cover you under any circumstances unless you're found to be not guilty.
Correct. But it is paid, and that's not
That's
here.
right, but it's different than this, where this money is allotted, where that money is not allotted. It's only allotted if you're found to be guilty or innocent.
Innocent, right.
Right.
So that could be a problem. And I think the only other thing I would say is that one of the most difficult things with this subject is that the allegations can be vexatious. They can be untrue. And we're relying on the Integrity Commissioner to be able to determine that, which has not been successful in some cases. So there's a lot of, this is warts and all. So that's my view.
So when it comes to a member being found guilty, sorry, I turned it off and on. So the Integrity Commissioner would present the report, same as they always do. Council has to receive that report. They don't have to, it's then council's decision if they want to accept that the member is found guilty or not guilty. So it's dependent on whether your peers at this table accept that report and find you guilty on whether you're guilty or not. But it's your opportunity to have council potentially covered if you're found not guilty or inadvertently found guilty. But there's a section as well that speaks to inadvertence.
Fair enough. I just want to add in that I'd also feel that the idea of the councillor not being able to choose their own legal representation is not
You
good.
get to for the Code of Conduct, but not for anything else.
No.
But that's standard across many municipalities, and that's the way it's always been as well. So.
But we can change things too.
You can if you want, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I'm going to just offer a belief that I don't think that merging this new Code of Conduct Section 10 into the indemnification bylaw is the appropriate thing to do. And I'm going to offer that comment by focusing on a few things. Earlier in the the indemnification bylaw, it talks about any member shall forthwith deliver the process of a copy thereto, blah, 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 to the chief administrative officer. Now, one of the things that I wanted to highlight there is that statement, and then section 5, lawyer retained by the township, insurers, and so on. There is language in here that presents a confusing state, and we have already got confusing states on less controversial topics. But this is not a topic where we can have any confusing statements because it is so important. And so generally I agree with that section that you have called section 10. And it sounds like it's potentially useful, although I do agree with Councillor Graziano that there are some issues there that we probably want to clear up. But I think fundamentally, stuffing this code of conduct section in this indemnification bylaw is absolutely wrong because of all the other language in there that people and lawyers will argue to the nth degree that, well, it says it over here, and over here we're saying something different, and over here we're saying something different, and like, oh my God, it's so confusing. So I think that for me is a massive fail. And then if I can come down to your section of the section 10, if I can get there, and that's coming up here, 193. Okay, so in the section of code of conduct, and this is somewhat bridging on top of what Councillor Cooper has offered a minute ago. In order for indemnification to take place, the member has to be found to have not convened the code of conduct. But we have an example, and I'm going to pick on Councillor Cooper here. In the previous term, he was found guilty by the Integrity Commissioner on things that she didn't investigate. We had councillors sitting here foaming at the mouth, wanting to punish him because of some previous action. And so council, had we taken a vote, and we did, voted him to have violated the code of conduct, when in fact that was retribution vote, and it was a integrity commissioner who didn't do a proper research on the facts. And so in that situation, he was found to have contravened the code of conduct, and yet in a judicial environment where there was an ability to have both sides argued in front of an impartial judge, I believe 100% that he would not have been found guilty. So I think that item E is a failure in the overall concept here. And personally, I think that what we should be considering is taking this section 10 code of conduct, ripping it out of this indemnification bylaw, which is old and fraught with all kinds of other language, and stuffing it into the code of conduct bylaw where it makes it simple, and there's no need to point from one bylaw to another bylaw and hope that you've got it right. It's all in one place and simple. Thank you.
I'm afraid I have the opposite opinion. I like the fact that we have a code of conduct and we have a identification bylaw. I mean, I'm not questioning that we can always refine the words on either of those. I have no issue with it. But I think it makes it simpler in the sense that one is telling us how we should conduct ourselves, and the other policy is saying how council can be indemnified if they need to defend themselves against charges made against them. My concern is, no matter how we end up deciding this, that we have to make sure that there are certain, I'll call it, limits put on the indemnification available. Because I think our taxpayers would not want to see us spending tens of thousands of dollars on defending ourselves for charges. And there's no question in my mind that charges can be laid against counselors that are inappropriate, that are vexatious, or what have you. I'm not questioning that possibility whatsoever. But I also think we have to allow for the possibility that sometimes charges can be laid against counselors that actually might be valid. You know, it's not impossible to imagine that. There's certainly in the history of this province, we know of numerous cases that I don't think there was much doubt about the guilt of the counselor. And I don't want us to see I don't want us to give any counselor the opportunity to do whatever they want and not worry about legal costs. So I think we all agree that there has to be some limits. But I personally, when I first saw this, I liked the idea that we had a code of conduct and identification policies that were separate. And I say I'm not at all against the idea of fine-tuning the identification policy to put additional clarity into it. But I thought it would. I personally thought this made it much simpler. And you know, so that's my initial comment. I know it's directly opposite to what you were suggesting, Councillor Hazelton, but I like the idea of having an identification policy that's separate from a code of conduct.
So if I could, if you were to modify the indemnification bylaw and state clearly at the top that nothing in this except for section 10 applies to code of conduct, then you extricate all of that bogus language that is confusing and misleading. At least then we have section 10 to consider. That might be a path to look at, but I have other comments. I'll let Christian.
He was. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Councillor Hazelton, for recognizing my cue in line. So again, I want to reiterate to everyone today that as the mover of the initial and second iteration of this motion, that I strongly feel that we maintain the original draft in its entirety, as this was written by a municipal lawyer at a very well-respected Big Four legal law firm. It gives us guardrails. It only allows each individual counselor a sum of $8,000 per year, or excuse me, rather, per term, my apologies, and offers our integrity commissioner an opportunity to make a claim against indemnifying should the issue be so egregious that the counselor should have known. The guardrails are there. It is clear cut. We shouldn't be conflating the MCIA and a conflict of interest. There is no guilt here. It is not guilt determined by the counselors here today. It is guilt established by an integrity commissioner, and at her or his recommendation, council can determine whether to proceed with the recommended penalties or not. We don't get to choose whether there's guilt here. Our integrity commissioner does. We've heard there could be valid charges. Again, there's safety lanes there in the event that someone acted improperly and should have known that they've acted improperly. However, the majority of the times, this is in our, we see codes of conduct where we are proceeding to operate in our capacity as counselors. Unbeknownst to us, someone doesn't like something that was said or that was done or whatever. There's no cost to initiate a conflict of interest, excuse me, a code of conduct complaint, and the person can lodge it, but there's a huge opportunity cost loss to us as counselors in the fact that we have to spend countless hours defending ourselves and trying to retain our credibility and our names out in the community. So with that said, again, I'm going to reiterate strongly that the original draft maintains original wording. And in response to our clerk with respect to the section second section, that would be 16.2. We had this discussion in our previous sitting where there was concerns with respect to an ambiguity around the way that this was worded. And if you read it again, a member of council shall also be indemnified for all of their legal costs, paralegal fees, expenses, and applicable taxes incurred if they retain a lawyer or paralegal to provide counsel, advice, or representation on any matter that is later shared at the request of the township to the township. So again, I want to reiterate, if we as councillors, Madam Clerk, allow me, please. If we as councillors endeavor to seek legal advice ourselves, and at a later point we have to share that legal advice with the township or the integrity commissioner, if we go to our own lawyer and say, is this allowed? Because I remind councillors here today that even though the integrity commissioner provides her or his opinion, it does not mean that we are indemnified once we've received that opinion. Rather, the courts will determine that we should have gone above and beyond. They're not a lawyer, they're not our legal counsel. And so if we get legal counsel to advise us that something is not against the code, and it is later found that there's a conflict between what the integrity commissioner is saying, or during the investigation, the integrity commissioner wants to see that email, well then, now it becomes a cost back onto the township because they are formally requesting that information. It is not that we can just arbitrarily go to legal counsel and say, hey, what are your thoughts on this? And then we send a bill back to the township. The township has to specifically request it, or the integrity commissioner has to specifically request it from us, at which point now it is an expensible item. Okay? So with that clarity in mind, I am strongly, again, reiterating, let's stick to the original draft. Thank you.
So I'm going to dispute the fact that 16.2 is worded clearly, because I can read it either the way I read it is that it's open-ended to any matter. Yes, it does say defense of daily duties. However, that could mean how you interact with your constituents. That could mean a closed session matter, and not all of those are covered under the Code of Conduct. So either 16.2 needs to be amended to specify that it pertains to matters of the Code of Conduct and the MCIA specifically, or it gets taken out and it gets added into the indemnification bylaw. Could you please clarify which way that you intended that to be?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for that question. It allows me to respond. And so again, and I'm going to pose a question here with the utmost respect to our clerk. What difference does it make if it's pertaining to a code of conduct complaint or us operating in our daily duty if the township requests from our lawyer or from us information that our lawyer has provided? Why is the expense borne back onto us? If that is a matter of intellectual property, our intellectual property, and you're requesting that information, regardless of whether in the context of a code complaint or our daily duties, if we endeavor to hire our own lawyer and that lawyer provides us their advice and we pay for that advice, at which point later you come back and say, I want to see that information because I want to verify that information is correct or that you didn't overstep based on your legal advice, then I should be reimbursed for that because now it's a cost back onto the township. Thank you.
I'm going to repeat my question because you didn't answer it. I asked if 16.2 is specific to the Code of Conduct and the MCIA. If so, then it needs to clarify in 16.2 in the Code of Conduct bylaw that it is specific to those two matters. If it is not part of those two matters, then I stated that clause should go into the indemnification bylaw. And if it's in the indemnification bylaw, that means council would be covered for those costs. Therefore, I don't need to answer why I don't think they should be covered when I said it could be covered.
Thank you. And so that would go into the indemnification. You're welcome.
All right, Council, no, let's go to our CAO Mariotti, because I think Councillor Hazelton has deferred to you in the past, so I'm taking him on with that practice.
Thank you, MacTier. I guess it's just come to light to staff that the wording that Councillor Graziano has brought forward has arisen from a legal comment, a sourcing of a legal comment for specifically Councillor Graziano. We as staff need to analyze that. We as staff need to put together policies that are for the best intentions and good of council as a whole. And that's why we seek legal advice, impartial and objective, for the township. So at first we thought that the verbiage was coming, from Councillor Graziano, but it is actually coming from one of the top 4 in Toronto, and so it would have been nice to be made aware of that, so that maybe we could have reached out to them as well.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd like to, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so to speak, but back to our Section 10 Code of Conduct, that the language that is being proposed for the indemnification bylaw, there are some concerns that I have with the nature of this language, and I think it needs to be changed before we consider it seriously, and that is 10.2 item C, where it says informal complaints shall not be indemnified. So one of the things that occurs to me is, and I've had this happen in my life, where I may have gotten emotional about a particular state challenge or whatever, and I go to a lawyer and the lawyer says, kind of get over it, or look this way, think that way, and so even in a process of a formal complaint, legal counsel can be very effective at expediting the solution to that issue, and I'm not sure that we want to remove that from consideration here. Going down, that's item C. Item D, we talk about indemnifying for a formal complaint only if the informal complaint procedure has been followed first. But again, I'm concerned with people's interpretation. If the complainant does not want to go through an informal process, then there is no informal process, and now we are excluding in this language the member from being indemnified. So I think that has a need for some work on it. And I think those are actually quite significant. I don't know, I don't have the ability of coming up with words right off the top of my head, so I'm not going to try. And then I jumped down to item number 10.6. And this somewhat bridges from what I believe Councillor Graziano offered earlier, which is a matter of a code of conduct is a matter between the member and the integrity commissioner. And so in 10.6, we are saying any and all documentation required to support shall be provided to the clerk by the member upon request. And once again, I believe that that is in conflict with the intent of the code of conduct, where it is all confidential between the member and the integrity commissioner, and only the final report and defending material that the member may choose to offer become public, and all of the other documentation are all confidential. So I bring those items up primarily to say I think that there are flaws in it, and I am not comfortable with that on a today basis, for sure. I have to offer that I'm somewhat supportive of what Councillor Graziano has been offering in recommending some other wording, but I will pause there. Thank you.
Clerk White.
I appreciate those comments. I would just 10.6 the intent, but I can appreciate how it's not clear. The intent is so if I have a legal bill right now, for example, as an employee for a township matter, I need to prove that I have authority and all the documentation that I only, the emails covered, potentially only covered that matter, and we're not getting billed extra, that I have direction from council to approve that budgeted item, that I have, do you know what I mean? Like I have to have all the supporting documentation in order to back up that payment being made. That's the intent of 10.6, not saying hand over all of your information in regard to whether you're guilty or not, but I can appreciate that that was not made clear. But that was the intent, was to ensure that any invoicing, was appropriate invoicing for the matter, et cetera, et cetera. So we are accountable to our accountants when we're audited for those types of payments. That was the intent, but I can appreciate that's not clear. So
just on that topic of intent, if I could, what we have learned is in council meetings, minute taking is intended to be minimalistic. And if one wants to truly understand the essence of what the communications were or have been, you go to YouTube and watch the meeting. Really further supporting the importance of that vehicle. So I would offer that the intent is interesting, but if it's not in words, then it's a fail. I'm not saying that in a negative way. That's just a word that I often use. And if we can't accept our YouTube video as actionable source of meetings, and we rely on words and so on, then we need to get the words right.
I would like to actually close this discussion reasonably soon and basically change our motion to read the staff be directed to bring back an amended code of conduct and identification bylaw so that all the commentary that we have done now can be taken into account. But I want to raise one concern I have, and this follows a couple of comments from Councillor Graziano as well as our CAO, and that is around 16.2, which reads that a member of council shall be identified for their legal expenses that is later shared with the township. I'm paraphrasing. My concern is Councillor Graziano told us that these particular paragraphs were written by a lawyer. If we were to adopt it, does that mean Councillor Graziano can present his legal bill? Because this would be Councillor Graziano would have incurred fees for something that the township later used. And if that's because that's what I read here, is that because if we end up using this paragraph, and then I'm very concerned about that, because that would give any councillor the freedom to seek legal advice on any matter that they chose. And if they put in, for instance, under new business, a motion that eventually got passed by council, and if that motion was written by a lawyer that they paid, all of a sudden we're liable for those costs. I think we have to be very careful that we don't get ourselves in the position of paying individual councillors, lawyers' costs just because we ended up using some of the words that that particular lawyer provided. And so I hope you appreciate why I could see this as running away from us if we don't be very careful with this wording. The motion in front of us that we approve would pass at this time. But I think we've had some very good discussion. So if you want to make a brief remark, yes, but I don't want to get into a lengthier discussion. Otherwise, we're going to go in circles.
Yes, I have a very brief response to our CAO as well as to a comment. This matter has now been before council for 9 months cumulatively. Okay, 5 months since its latest iteration. We were told back in December that this would come back to council in December. Unfortunately, that we missed the mark on that one. And here we are. Further, our CAO had advised that he wanted to have this reviewed. It's already been reviewed and commented on by our legal counsel and closed. I remind him of that. Further was also discussed in a training seminar that we had in detail at length. So with that being said, I wanted to address that. Secondly, if I can very quickly, no, there wouldn't be a retroactive application or cost associated with this. And I want to reiterate what I said earlier at the request of the township, and that's a double emphasize, double underline. Just because I put this forward and I sought legal counsel, council did not request that information. So therefore it would not be covered under this particular section 16.2. If council had requested it, if the township had requested that legal information, then it would be applicable. But given that I have willingly incurred the cost at my own expense to bring forward this with legal context and not at the request of the township, that's what the differentiation is. So just wanted to put that there.
If I may,
Please.
in request in advance, is that what you intend when you're saying that? Okay.
Yes. So if the township has said you're in possession of information, we would like to see that information from your lawyer. At that point now, it is a expense. But because I seek advice from a lawyer, and that advice comes into a motion I write, it is not at the request of the township. There's no formal request from the township to provide you with this information, and therefore the expense is borne back onto me.
I appreciate.
Thank you.
I appreciate that clarification because to me it was there was potential danger here.
I understand.
Yeah. All right, Council. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff be directed to bring back amended code of conduct and identification bylaws. Councillor Bochek, is that a vote or a question?
No, question. To Cal or to council? Because we spent an awful lot of wasted time here talking about this when we're supposed to be making decisions. And this is supposed to happen in Cal. So I'm just wondering if we're coming back with something that we're going to vote on, or are we going to come back to something we're going to discuss for an hour and a half again? So my question is, Cal or council is it returning to us?
I don't. I mean, we've noted that, and there's no question in my mind when it comes back, there will be lengthy discussion whether it's in council or Cal.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, we're just we're just sending it back to staff for further modifications.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Your worship, if I may, I'm going to request that we put a timeline on that as well, friendly amendment for a timeline. This has now been before us for 9 months, and I'd like to see it back, within the next month. I think that staff can make the amendments in a month's time. Thank you.
Be it resolved, the staff be directed to bring back amended code of conduct and identification bylaws for the March meetings. For a March meeting.
March 2024. This year?
For March meeting in 2024. All those in, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question should be posed to our CAO if he wants his staff to bring this back in 30 days or not. I don't think we can direct a staff member without going through the proper channels.
Madam Clerk.
I can try my best. Staff reports are due a week tomorrow. So bear that in mind. I'm here right now, so.
Yeah, well, Depends how thorough a job we want our clerk to do, because if we say March, or we could say April, and that gives her a month to work on it versus a week. Yeah.
A lot of
I-
questions to be answered and maybe perhaps more input to be coming, so.
And given how quickly the March meetings are going to happen, because I think they're a bit earlier than we, yeah, because of March break.
I'll agree with April.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
I love friendly amendments. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And now I'm going to suggest a lunch break. And so let's have a lunch break and come back at, how about 1:45? All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have one remaining item on under staff reports, and that's the Georgian Bay Land Trust Conservation Easements. To our clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this has been going on for a couple of years. It's been a bit of a process getting to this point. And due to timing, it didn't come to us to the end of January when we were working on other matters that had an end of January deadline. So we didn't get a review back from legal until about a week ago. So this is kind of a little fresh. So apologies. This is why this got added on last Friday. But basically, the direction from legal counsel is that we acknowledge the responsibilities that we're undertaking under these agreements. We've said that we want to take into consideration the conservation easements, but we haven't actually taken that responsibility as a whole, nor have the agreements come forward to council. So now we have the finalized agreements, so here they are, as well as what to do with the funds that we will be receiving in exchange for those responsibilities that we are agreeing to in providing the trust those easements. So the caveat with the responsibilities is the fact that most of these lands are not pinned and not surveyed, which means they cannot be registered. The conservation easements cannot be registered on title, which is really the foolproof way of ensuring that nothing further happens on a property. That being said, that's not able to happen with most of these pins, so that's a bit of a risk that we're undertaking compared to a normal conservation easement. But in exchange, we are receiving funds. So it's staff's recommendation that of the $690,000 that we take $500,000 and basically we put them into a trust. I'm using trust loosely because I'm not a treasurer. And those funds would be put aside and invested and be utilized for the maintenance, any further legal costs for registration, surveying, preservation, et cetera, that needs to take place on these lands, and that the remaining $190,000 be received as revenue.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Reviewing the maps presented by the Clerk's Department on this report, some of the easements run in close proximity to my property, and I would like to recuse myself from this matter.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I think what, if I may share my understanding is, by transferring these easements, we're essentially locking up a lot of land, but only dealing with a small amount of land. And so that, I think, is a very admirable process. But what I would wonder is, as I look at the map, it's on it's page 199 of the package, where it has red lines of things that are pinned and not red lines of things that are not pinned. And I'm wondering, of that $500,000 number that we get, would it not be useful to look at these easements and identify the easements that have the greatest value in protecting the balance of the land, and consider using some of those easement funds, some of those funds of that $500,000 to contract out some surveying, so that those easements that are the most valuable to tie up the land, which is what we originally intended to do, we would get a much bigger bang for the buck. And I'm wondering, is that something we can do? It's not a today thing necessarily, but I just think that the intent of what has gone on here, admirable, but it looks like we have an opportunity to make it more complete. And I think we should find every path possible to do that.
Well, I think that with this motion, we are not, we are setting aside most of the money we're receiving to work on, maintaining, preserving, and et cetera. these lands. So I think we're certainly allowing that option as one of the things we do with those funds to better maintain and preserve.
I hear you and I hear the intent. I'm just concerned that the words that we are dealing with here may be interpreted by somebody as we can't do that. And given that I think we all agree we should do that, maybe we should add that in somewhere so that we're clear in the minutes of the meeting about what the intent is of how to use that $500,000.
So the resolution hopefully was worded in a way, and it's been reviewed by our legal counsel as well, that it'll encapsulate everything within our agreements and our obligations to protect these lands. So basically, any penny we need to spend to survey, to review, to protect, to replant seedlings, etc., are encompassed with us being able to spend that $500,000. The initial plan by the GBLT was to have it all surveyed, but once that scope came into play, it realized, that's a much bigger project, and the $690,000 wouldn't touch being able to survey every penny of every square inch of that. But I do agree an approach of having, what is the most valuable or what is maybe the closest to other developments, et cetera, that would need to be surveyed, those ones be prioritized, and we kind of work through it. And hopefully, if we can invest the $500,000, we can work off the interest of it as opposed to having to dwindle down that lump sum. Does that, in so many words, answer your? I agree.
I
don't know if you're looking for like a project plan right now.
I love the intent. I just don't want the intent to get lost going forward. And there's so much more that needs to be done. And we've got a pot of money that can be used to do it. So I think we need to find some way of not ignoring call it the volume of the understanding of the intent today, so that tomorrow we don't forget it.
I think it's one of those things that perhaps we can be added to our work plans for the clerk's office, with the understanding that it's not all going to get surveyed in a year. Do you know what is that a way to kind of keep it top of mind? The department's work plan is it's run through SMT to manage the work plan. But I mean, I'm just saying because it's a 2-year plan, but realistically, with the volume of work already this year, getting things surveyed this year is probably not top of mind unless something becomes of a priority, in which case that would negate another priority. Does that?
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of transparency, there's not a problem, but I'm formerly a member of the Georgian Bay Land Trust Board, past chairman, and was around when this project first sort of was identified. And I think it's I just wanted to speak a little bit about the project itself and again, make sure I have my understanding straight, but also just with showing my sort of situation from the past, but really nothing at the moment other than I'm an advisor to the land trust. And an advisor is really just somebody that used to be on the board and is sort of a title more than anything else. But I will say that as I understand it, and perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, Clerk Way, but as these areas and properties and road allowance, or almost all of them, if not all, are EPW, and as such should not or could not be developed. I believe that's correct. And whether it's the lands between the road allowances or the road allowances, they're all in basically a lot of it's wetland. And if that's the case, I need to understand what the concern is. Maybe I'm missing something, but what are the concerns in terms of missing out on future opportunities that Councillor Hazelton's referring to? Thank you.
That is correct. Most of them are EPW or wetlands in some capacity or environmentally protected. Most of them back on to or but Parks Canada land or provincially owned Crown land. It's just the risk is this is basically in perpetuity. So when none of us are here, we still have this liability as a township. And so if the province decides to sell the land that's abutting this land, and the province decides to do whatever they want to do with their own land, as they sometimes do, because they make their own rules, as we all know, that we maintain a way to ensure that our road allowances that run in between these lands maintain protected. That's the risk and concern. So it's not an imminent risk or concern. I don't think anything in the next. No. Well, we can't actually have legal easements, so it's kind of confusing. They're conservation agreements because we can't have legal easements we can't have a legal registered easement without them being registered on property on title of the land registry office, and we can't do that without surveys and pins. So the 26 that are the red lines have pins, and those we can register these agreements on title, which we can do, which was something that I would like to have our legal counsel do this year, if possible, within the 500,000. It's more of a future concern that this is the liability the township is taking on.
But it certainly plays to our number one.
Absolutely.
Plan item.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm sort of concerned along the same lines as Councillor Hazelton. Is it possible within the wording of the resolution to add after preservation or in brackets after preservation, including future surveys? Just so survey is actually in there. I think that's sort of a critical term. And that goes back to my concern, though I think you just answered it. I mean, if we're only looking at, I'm grappling with this concept that we have on title a certain number of these road allowances, but not all of them. We put a conservation easement on everything, correct? That's what this is.
They're conservation agreements.
The conservation easements on the properties that have been pinned, and conservation agreements on the properties that have not been pinned.
So if it's a conservation agreement, I guess, what are the future implications if somebody wants to develop? And I guess you sort of answered that the province can sell the Crown land, but we still retain that ownership. I'll use that.
To make sure that we're not going to sell it, we're not going to permit a roadway over through it on
Right.
top of.
And that's what we want to avoid. And I really, yeah. Well, the concept is like 10 years down the road or 20 years down the road, we're not around. Who's going to remember what all this is unless it's properly kept on file for future reference? And that's what we want to make sure happens, right? So that's where I think it's a shared concern with what's already been stated, but I just want to be sure of that. I have one other small question. In the diagram with the red and black lines, am I in the right place? Hang on here. This would be the one after this one, yeah. There is a blue line, 59. I'm just wondering if it's because it's over water. '59 is sort of upper left after 58. Maybe we should see clarification on that. Yeah.
I didn't have my mic on. It does have a pin, but
Oh, it does have a,
it
okay,
does have a pin. But you're right. I don't know why that line looks more blue than.
that's it.
Yeah. All right. Are you finished, Councillor Jarvis?
I'm finished.
All right. I just want to add a couple comments. Like Councillor Cooper, I'm an ex-director and officer of the Land Trust, but I lost that position 2 years ago due to hitting my term limit. I think it's 2 years ago now. So per the advice I have received, I technically do not have a conflict of interest in this matter. And I think what we're doing here is very important. And when we're making reference to the fact that this should stick much longer than not only we're on council, but we are alive, I think is also extremely important. And it's clearly something that our country takes as being very important because they're the ones providing the funds. And I think that's important to understand. These funds are not coming from the Land Trust itself or its donor base. This is a federal program. And I think it's wonderful that we can take these monies and utilize it to further confirm their intention, which is to leave a lot of the undeveloped lands undeveloped. And I think what's also extremely important is these particular lands are relatively close to the GTA. You know, you go just south of us, there's a heck of a lot of farmland. So we're the, you know, I like to tell the people, folks, when they come up to 400, once you get into the Canadian Shield, you're in our township. But to Councillor Cooper's point, yes, a lot of the lands being crossed by this grid are wetland, but there's also rocks. And as we heard from the Parks Canada this morning, people build roads next to wetlands and fill in the gaps and things like that historically. And there's always that option in the future. And this will take anybody who's thinking about doing that and slowing them down significantly. I think what we are doing here is something for future generations. And quite frankly, that's more important than anything else we do, is what we do for future generations, not what we do for next week or next month. You know, we can think of places around the world where we know that people decided 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago to save certain parts of the world from development. And some of those places, especially in the middle of a city, are highly appreciated now. And I think that's what we're doing here. We're looking down the road and saying, we want this part of the world to retain a significant amount of natural, I would say naturalness, but you know what I mean, retain its natural identity, natural heritage, as opposed to building 6-story buildings or more. So that's to me what is so important about this. And I think it's also very important that, you know, the one paragraph or the one sentence that we've made numerous references to is that the $500,000 be placed in a reserve fund to be utilized for the maintenance, preservation, and other purposes as may be required for the lands identified in the conservation agreements. And that's what we're doing. We're going to protect. Councillor Wojcik, you had an additional comment?
I did. It wasn't included.
Or sorry, a comment, because I don't think you comment before. I apologize.
It wasn't listed anywhere in the report whether there's any signed agreements with any associations or anything currently in place here. And as a frequencer of this area, I know that there's a snowmobile trail that runs up through there and also the ATV trail. So if there's agreements in place, that'll all stay the way it was. There'll be no change. They won't have to re-up agreements or anything.
So existing trails are permitted to be maintained for the future and so on. If, for example, one of those trails stops being used for 10 years and then they come back again in 10 years, they won't be able to get it back again. But as long as they continue the use of that trail, that's fine.
That's specifically in the agreements.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's not anyone's intention to block current activity.
You say it's, but it's not in perpetuity.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Yeah.
So if they stop using the trail,
If they stop using the trail and don't use it for 10 years, they're not allowed to reactivate it.
so it's not in perpetuity.
Well,
So, oh, sorry.
Yeah, for the trail use, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. So I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has agreed to provide conservation easements in favor of the Georgian Bay Land Trust on municipal road allowances set out in Schedule A of the Conservation Agreement. And whereas the Mayor and Clerk were authorized to enter into agreements with the Georgian Bay Land Trust for the conservation easements. Be it resolved that Council receives the executed agreement dated January 23rd, 2024, and the executed acquisition the executed conservation agreement dated January 23rd, 2024, and the executed acquisition agreement dated January 23rd, 2024. And the Council recognizes and accepts the responsibilities of the terms of the conservation agreement and the acquisition agreement, and has instructed that the condition be removed from the agreements for the proposed transaction to be completed, save and except for any recommendations made by legal counsel for the Township of Georgian Bay. That the funds transferred to the Township of Georgian Bay from the Georgian Bay Land Trust per the acquisition agreement be allocated to the following. $500,000 be placed in the reserve fund to be utilized for the maintenance, preservation, surveying, and other purposes as may be required for the lands identified in the conservation agreement, and $190,000 be received as revenue. All those in favor? And that is unanimous with the exception of Councillor Pedko, who recused himself.
Just, if I may, in simple math, there are 51 properties that are not surveyed, and if one takes a rule of thumb of $5,000 for a survey, which is ballpark maybe if you're doing that many, for half the $500,000 number, we could get the rest all surveyed and tie the whole thing up.
Except that we were advised that the surveyors would require one heck of a lot more money to do it, just because they have to basically walk all these trails and pin them at various places.
I know, but environmental guys like to do that.
But surveyors don't. Well, except at extreme cost. No. All right. Now on to new business. What oh, is that part of this or this? Okay. Yeah. You want me to do this one first? All right. So, following certain discussions this morning and following a homework assignment given to our clerk has proposed the following. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Schedules H, Section 2B-C and 3A-B of the procedural bylaw of 2023-117, Council hereby waives the rules of procedure to permit the addition of one item, namely 11H, recording and live streaming of Planning Advisory Committee meetings. In order for this to pass, given its unusual nature, I will need 5 votes in favor, because of 2/3. But this is a last-minute amendment that can be made, that staff can request. And so staff has requested this last-minute item. And so, all those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. That means all 7. Including my hand or this hand. I can put my elbow up too if you like.
I'd like to offer a special thanks to the clerk for arranging this. Thank you.
All right, so that's going to be at the end of our new business. Okay. So you have to be a little bit more patient. But new business will start. I know, but we're encouraging it. Council recognition. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. The rich history and dedicated services of past and present councillors have significantly contributed to the growth and well-being of our community. As a gesture of recognition and appreciation for their enduring commitment, this motion proposes the inclusion of their names, or excuse me, the names of past and present councillors on a plaque to be predominantly displayed in the in the council's chambers. On a personal note, I understand that a binder was and or a booklet outside of council was in discussion, or at least in the works of by our clerk. But seeing all the wall real estate here, I feel that perhaps we could do something commemorative for all those that have served. And in addition, I'd also like to have, as an amendment to my own motion after the fact, us consider putting the names of our fire chiefs and assistant fire chiefs or deputy fire chiefs as well. So that's the motion. Over to council to discuss.
It would be a curious thing to know how many people in total have worked for the township the last 50 years. You know, we're talking 500, 2,000? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Good luck.
You're well preserved.
Councillor Botrick, actually, you're the only one who put your hand up to speak, so I think I should allow you to speak.
Councillor Graziano approached me on this about a month ago, and we had a good discussion about it, and I thought it was good because there is a long history here, and half of our councillors don't even know who Mayor Kennedy was or what he did. And yeah, exactly. So the discussion originally, we thought maybe a park bench over at the park, but then that would get soiled with paint and burnt and everything else because our names would be on it. So we thought having the security inside of councillors' chambers might be a good idea. But I totally support this. We've had some great folks go through here and really do a service to this community, and there's nothing here to recognize their efforts. So I really support this. You can keep me out of it, though.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, I may suggest, based on the feedback from staff in the room, for a friendly amendment to ask for an additional clause for a staff report on recognizing long-term and significant employees in the future as well.
Councillor Jarvis.
A plaque or some recognition in the lobby.
Hey, we used to, sorry, was it noted we used to have all our pictures on the back wall? Yep. What happened to all those photos?
Clerk Way.
If you destroy them, I'll kill you. No.
Your mic was on when you said that, no, so I think I would ask you to retract that.
I will retract that comment.
Thank you.
We no longer have them. But there is a binder. The reason we don't have them is because we can't replicate that style anymore. I have tried. Trust me, I have tried. They needed to come down so we could refresh the room. Part of the concern, and it's not just here, it's something I've run into other places too, is having your council chamber become so cluttered that what is on the wall isn't recognizable as having importance, because you end up with so many things, which is kind of what it looked like when I started. So this is kind of our clean palette. There is works of Indigenous art going up at the back, as well as direction to have the strategic plans up on the wall in here as well. So just bear that in mind, that this isn't one standalone thing by itself. And again, ensuring that it's a piece that can be updated in longevity is the other issue that I've run into multiple times in my career, because things go out of style and out of print, and apparently it's really hard to get plaqued pictures nowadays because that's not a thing that people do. So just bearing that in mind, if we're gonna have a report for all staff, I mean, like, some of the pictures historically had the CAO and or clerks in with the pictures, so those people have been remained in the photos. There is a binder out front with all of those names listed. It was fun. We didn't even have township records that had all of their names, so that was for all of their first names, which is fun, going back to some of the 70s. So we have them now. And those are listed and we'll keep that, and that's in a format that we can ensure that gets updated continually. But that's just something I ask to be kept in mind, especially if we're adding staff positions as well. I'm not saying fire chiefs don't require recognition. It just adds to that process.
Okay, so just to answer my question, those photos are in the binder out in the front. Correct. So they have been retained.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I need.
Thank you, Worship. I had envisioned something I'd seen recently at a golf club whereby it was just a wood veneer and names were written into the wood, not necessarily pictures per se, because to your point, perhaps they expire over time. But I was hoping that we could at least, have visual recognition rather than, a binder. And I wonder how many of our constituents are aware of the binder and the history of this township and who has served the township. So just my thoughts. Thanks.
I'm wondering, like the Stanley Cup, could we create, say the Burt Wood Cup, because he was the first mayor, and then have little plaques on it, and as our history gets older, it starts going up farther and farther, and be on a little revolving pedestal base so that people could just rotate it. Or maybe I'm getting a little too ridiculous. Ms. Schneider, you have a suggestion?
Could it be the will of council to put all of the previous documents on the webpage where they could live for perpetuity and people could access that content?
I think that would be a wonderful idea. Yeah. Yeah. Because I think it'd be great for people to be able to look up our history online for those who are so inclined. Councillor Hazelton.
So could be redundant, but is the binder available digitally already?
We had all the pictures scanned.
So the binder could be available as a binder-ish through the website as well as other formats?
Yes.
Okay. So anecdotal story, might be interesting, maybe not. My daughter-in-law showed up for a family dinner the other day. She was sporting a sweatshirt or a t-shirt, and it said Georgian Bay established 1971. And we were all wondering, what does that refer to? We had to Google, our township was founded in 1971.
You didn't know that?
No,
I'm surprised.
I'm not that old.
Excuse me, sir?
The rocks are 2 billion years old.
And anyway, she was really proud of finding this t-shirt, so got it from a girlfriend, but just saying.
One of the retail outlets was selling those. It's established 1971, and that's when the province decided to combine 3 geographic townships, as they sometimes referred to it. And sorry, those are the ones. And those three townships were combined into the township of Georgian Bay when all sorts of other things happened in 1971 across the province.
Well, if I could just add that it was actually legislated or the minister at the time, Darcy McHugh, was the minister that said you will.
You recall the premier at that time?
Yes, I do. I know who the premier was. And he basically, the District of Muskoka wouldn't have been formed without the Township of Georgian Bay because there wasn't enough revenue. So that's really the history.
And yet they named a road after the fellow who wouldn't let go of Georgian Bay Township. Anyway, we're way off topic, but maybe we're not, because we're referring to the history of this township. And I think it is well worth knowing. And I think, we should. I think any ways that we can encourage awareness of that history, though I do respect Clerk Way's suggestion that we should not make this room look like it's an overcrowded couriers, whatever those things are that you put on shelves. Thank you. I had most of the letters, but not quite in the right order. So I think we need to find a balance between recognizing those that have worked here in the past, certainly those were before this building was even created, and without making it too haphazard. So let's go back to the motion, because that's what we have to resolve. Councillor Bochek.
This, I mean, we live in a digital age, and everything's technology. I'd like to see something concrete, hard plaque. Can you imagine if we had done this 20 years ago and we had a digital monitor out there and it's sitting there flickering because the technology's changed so much? If it's a placard or if it's something concrete that's in the lobby here, it'll be there as long as the building is here. And that's why I really endorsed it. Not only that, there's something to be said. If I ever have grandchildren, that maybe they might walk in the front door and see my name on a plaque one day and ask questions about, the township. So I really think it's important that we don't cheapen this up by going digitally or something like that. I think we should make it something hard and fast.
So you want your grandkids to say, ask, did Grandpa Bochek actually work here? And have your wife answer, well, sort of.
They'll probably blame me for the burn permit bylaw is what they'll blame me for.
Yes, sir. Councilor Cooper.
Just want to add that I think this is a great idea, and we could go on certainly our website with this information as well as something physical. But I think there's more to it than just our council and staff. I think there's a long history of Georgian Bay about Port Severn and Honey Harbor and MacTier and the bay itself. And I think there may be an opportunity to have some written material that we could try and pull together with the Historical Society. And I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity at the moment, because we don't really have a very good understanding of our history. Thank you.
And actually had a discussion related to that with our library CEO, that the libraries would be a great place to house information. I strongly suggested to her, they could create reading lists, if you will, or research documents for people who want to know more about our area, whether it's historical or geographical or what have you.
The terrific book is actually here, not just the library.
Yeah.
Because I think this is the story that we want to tell.
I know I'm going a little bit off on a tangent, but like the museum in Midland has an amazing collection of books written by various cottage associations and research documents for the whole bay. Right. And I think we should have a little chapter of that. But yes, Councilor Richard.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Your mic should be on. It'd be an even better idea if you shared it.
The interest is there. I have over 2,000 people on a website that I host called Port Severn Honey Harbor Homesteaders. Mm-hmm. The interest is there in our history and our past, and really the only way to get it right now is to key into that thing that I created, and there should be something municipally instead of one guy trying to do it.
So I think we've got a lot of ideas out there that people can work on, but in the meantime, I have a motion that is asking basically that a plaque be created, not a series of photographs, but a plaque. And I'm going to read that motion, and we're going to see whether enough councillors vote in favor. So I moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bochek. Whereas the contributions of past and present councillors have played a pivotal role in shaping the direction and prosperity of our municipality. And whereas recognizing their service fosters a sense of continuity, community, and appreciation for their dedication. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council authorize the creation of a commemorative plaque to be displayed in the Council chamber, listing the names of all past and present councillors in recognition of their services to the community, and that the creation and installation of the plaque be carried out under the guidance of the township staff, with due consideration given to the aesthetics and prominence of its placement within the Council chamber, and the township clerk be responsible for compiling the comprehensive list of past and present councillors and coordinating with relevant parties for the creation and installation of the plaque. All those in favor? And that has passed unanimously. All right. Councillor Graziano. Garbage Task Force 1.0.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. again, reading the report, recognizing the increasing importance of addressing garbage-related concerns within our municipality and with recent flare-ups at the transfer site located on Muskoka Road 33, this motion proposes the creation of a dedicated committee of council. The purpose of this committee will be to thoroughly analyze, recommend, and advocate for effective solutions to the garbage issues faced by our community. For some of the councillors that are not familiar with what occurred over the holidays on District Road 33, the bin site, due to the closures on the holidays Monday, local residents had endeavored to, or some residents rather, had endeavored to throw garbage over the fence while the site was closed. This issue continues to be a problem. 6 days ago, there was a Facebook post on one of the lake websites and has endeavored to stir the nest up again with respect to what's being done and how it's being done. This issue needs to be addressed, not only for District Road Muskoka 33, but the entirety of our township. And as a result, I feel that a committee that will be comprised of 3 or 4 councillors, suffice it that 4 is allowed, be convened to start to analyze and acquire the information required to then pass up and partner with our district colleagues and provide them with context and information on what our communities really truly need going forward with the provincial mandates that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Councillor Jarvis.
I in full agreement. We need to move ahead on this because this is a big issue and it's been brewing for a while, and it's, I think, driving us all crazy one way or another. I don't think. I'm wondering if this committee could basically be council, because I think we all have a stake in this. We all have constituents that are extremely concerned and have voiced those concerns to all of us, either physically by depositing garbage on our property, as I've heard, or at least talking to us about it. In my community, it's taxes that are being paid and they don't see much except for the garbage situation, and that's a real bother for them. I would rather that this was a council approach as opposed to a task force approach.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, excuse me, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I would actually be, I agree wholeheartedly that solid waste is one of our #1 issues and priorities that we have to solve as a council and as a township. And I agree completely that South Gibson supervised site is also in need of a lot of discussion and attention and rectification of how it's being serviced right now. I think they're slightly different issues. I think one is tactical, one is strategic. I think we have different means of trying to deal with the immediate problems with South Gibson. And I think that, to agree with Councillor Jarvis, that I think council, we all have skin in the game to make sure that we get a strategy defined and bring that strategy to district that can be executed, at least with options and reasonable solutions to what we're currently seeing, not just in the immediate sense, but in the future when the 2026 recommendations from the Waste Management Committee is going to come into place. So I would think that all of the council members need to be on this committee, which just means that council needs to meet specifically on this topic to review what we believe are the options and seek feedback for data that the district may have that can help us in our deliberations. But I think council itself needs to own this problem and meet and come up with solutions and options for the future. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up, so I'll make a comment. Garbage Task Force 1.0, I think that's the wrong number, just because I remember about 4 years ago, and somebody in this table might be able to correct it exactly when, but about 4 years ago, we created a solid waste management committee. We included I think 3 counselors, if memory serves. We also had at least half a dozen, maybe 10 members of the public. And after a couple of years, we disbanded that committee, and we disbanded it for the reason that we discovered, or we had confirmed, that for most people, solid waste is a local issue. And what I mean by that, if you're on Georgian Bay, you care about bins at marinas. If you're on Gibson Lake or Go Home Lake or 6 Mile Lake, for instance, you care about the bin sites or waste depots if they had a fence around them that were on the inland roads. And discussion on that was a very different discussion than bin sites at marinas. Different natures of a whole different sometimes set of proposals. And so I think the scope at that point was too large for a committee, that committee, and we disbanded it. I also believe that, especially when Councillor Graziano refers to 3 or 4 members of council, well, then we have quorum. And if we have 4 members of council, why not 7? And if we have 7 members of council, then why not council? We're not a committee. I guess the committee of the whole is a kind of weird exception to that. But, there was some correspondence around this a few weeks ago. And as a consequence of that, I called a council meeting for February 28th, if my memory is working, to discuss solid waste. And so I think that what we should be doing as a council is having discussion around solid waste as a whole, as opposed to just having 3 of us go off, because I don't see here reference for any members of the public other than obviously they can provide input. Because I think every single councillor here is concerned about the solid waste solution. So I think every single councillor should be involved. Councillor Cooper, and followed by Councillor Hazelton, and then we go back to Councillor Graziano.
I think the thoughts that have come out about all of council are certainly very valid, and I understand why. And I think all council members would like to be involved. I'm wondering if there could be a benefit of assigning 2 or 3 council members to provide and dig out information to present to this group, so that there's some ownership, as opposed to just sort of vaguely, it's all our council. And we might end up like the committee you're talking about 3 or 4 years ago, because it's A, too large, and B, cumbersome, and nobody's taking ownership. So a way to take ownership might be to assign 2 or 3 council members of that same council who makes all the decisions, but brings forward, to repeat myself, information.
I'm hoping that at our February 28th meeting, we will be discussing information that various councillors have collected. But I want to have it to be I'm going to call it a directed discussion. In other words, okay, and whether or not whiteboards are involved, I don't know, but let's list various options and decide which options. Let's see if we can't narrow down those options and actually move our discussion forward. Because the reality is, and I don't want to drift too far down that road, but the reality is that if we do nothing, district's going to come up with their solution and implement it, because in theory they have responsibility. So we have to give them, dare I call it, advice or even direction. And I think there's some possibly quite creative ways of doing that. But that's for, I think, council discussion, not a committee. That's personal opinion, obviously, at this point. And Councillor Hazelton, you wanted to add your voice.
Let me just subtract.
Okay.
Or multiply. What is it? I think what Councillor Graziano was getting at here, if I may, was an agile group of people who could aggressively go out and find things and essentially deliver perhaps a little bit on what Councillor Cooper was suggesting. And one of my big concerns is historically, when we have a council meeting, it's not, we sit around in this ARC format, and unlike sitting at a table having a interactive dialogue where you can jump in wherever it makes sense, we kind of have to wait turns and be assigned and approved and all that other stuff. And I think that that is not what I think Councillor Graziano was trying to get at. He was trying to, I think, suggest that a small working group or any size group, but the structure would be for dialogue, discussion, and progress on topics, as opposed to the formalities of what we do here on council. And we've got to find a way to break down this structure into the kinds of working structure that Councillor Graziano and Councillor Cooper were referring to, whereby we make progress. And one of the challenges we've had as individuals and as staff in the township is that we haven't been able to make progress on many topics because we can't get data from the district to help guide us on making good decisions. And kind of the final point of this session for me is if we have a all of council meeting, historically we've heard that staff have to drive it, and they have to provide reports, and they have to provide direction, and that, you know, council leading council maybe isn't appropriate. But in fact, that's exactly what I think we need, because each of us have already stated that we have a lot of skin in the game, and we are probably the most motivated to think more laterally to solve the problems that are in front of us. And I think we need to be the drivers. And unless I'm mistaken, everything I've heard in the past about a meeting of council or committee of the whole or whatever, there is structure that makes it very difficult to accomplish what I think I'm hearing other councillors want us to accomplish. So I think we need to figure out how to get there. And I'm not sure that the label council meeting is going to get us there.
Well, I'm just checking with our clerk because I'm thinking, I think you're raising a valid point in that what you're describing is what I intended for the end of the month, but maybe we have to relabel it to either a committee of the whole or a training session or something like that, because I would like to see free discussion as part of that meeting.
The first, so it could be a committee of the whole meeting, but regardless, our procedural bylaw permits informal discussion opportunities. So we can do that.
Well, why don't we relabel it committee of the whole and with the intent, because that is my intent, is that we were going to have some free discussion back and forth.
Quick suggestion to help us get to that point. Maybe we need a facilitator to get us to that. If we have the meeting on the 28th, for example, if we had somebody with a whiteboard saying, okay, that's great, Cooper, shut up, will you please? We want to move on to the next point. Or something.
Yeah, because I'm not allowed to use that language.
But I think that's, you know, if we want to get some traction, one of the ways to do that is to have some facilitation. So I don't know that if there's somebody at this table, I'm not particularly a facilitator, but if there's somebody at this table that can do it, fine. But if there isn't, I think we need to consider having a facilitator. So just for your thoughts.
Have you spoken yet on the first? Okay, it's Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
I like the whole concept of this strategizing on solid waste. I think all council has valuable input on it because we all come from different walks of life. I'm very familiar with the problems we have curbside. Perhaps Councillor Cooper knows nothing about curbside, but he knows about the barging aspect of it. And maybe Councillor Hazelton knows about the heavy pickup aspect of it. And we all have certain things we can offer here. And maybe if it was broken down early, you know, Brian, why don't you do a presentation on curbside, have somebody else do a presentation on barging, but not bringing the problems, because we already know the problems. So bring solutions, how you think this could advance and move forward. I have many ideas on the curbside pickup, but I need to be involved in a format where I can give those to a committee or give those. So I don't know if we move this from a smaller committee like Councillor Graziano wanted into a councillor engagement, then maybe if it's at a COW meeting, we could ask for representatives or somebody in the know from district that can help us with certain strategies we may have that could never be implemented. They could help guide us in the way that we're going to get to the end. So I'm not sure a small committee is as good as all involved council committee. That's the gist of it at the end.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship. I think what we're failing to recognize here is that this is much larger than our individual understandings of our respective wards. This problem is township wide. And not only does it include us councillors, it includes our community as a whole. It impacts individuals, it impacts commercial businesses, it impacts everyone as a whole. And by having a meeting in February that has us sitting here volleying ideas like we continue to do, cow after cow, council after council, and continuing to talk and talk and talk about this issue, we need to address the micro level issues. We need to understand not only the macro level ideas, but the micro level details, and then we need to facilitate an action on that. And the only way that that's going to happen is through a committee that has a focus, that is organized, and is not fragmented. Rather, it can execute on it. Stuff such as collaborating with associations, collaborating with marinas, acquiring data from the DMM, surveying our communities. These are all things that need to happen for us to capture perfect information to then be able to understand what we need. I had a conversation at length with someone at Roma, a deputy meeting who sits on the EPW committee, and he said, "You don't know what you don't know, and we don't know what we don't know. We want you to tell us what you want. We can't sit there and assume." And that begged the question, what is it that we want? So again, at the end of the day, I'm going to suggest that this council strongly consider a committee that's focused on this very issue, this very topic, that goes beyond a single meeting in February where we can openly discuss what we've been discussing now for continuously for the last year, at least since I've been on council, and that we formalize this into a working group and or committee that can actually action on the information we acquire, that can actually acquire the information, and that can actually discuss and interact and collaborate with those key stakeholders in our community. Lastly, I'm going to request that this be a recorded vote, and if council wishes the status quo and passes the status quo, then the status quo prevails. But at the end of the day, I'd like this to be recorded. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing other comments. I'm going to, Councillor Peg.
Mayor, thank you. And through you, I just actually wanted to comment on Councillor Cooper's comment about whether or not it was feasible or possible for any members of council to sort of be that go-to person for research or information. I know both Cooper and Bocek, both councillors, being district councillors as well, have different connections and insights into the district and their reporting and their planning and committee events or outcomes, and whether it would be possible for them to sort of act as outside liaisons if it was a council-directed meeting and initiative. And I'm not sure if that's what Councillor Cooper had in mind, but that was kind of what I took out of it.
Councillor Cooper.
I think with respect to the district, what Councillor Graziano talked about is really what they're expecting. They're expecting us to come to them with, as we're really the customer here, guys, going to them and saying, this is what we need. This is how we need changes. And so I think it's got to be a Maiden Township or Georgian Bay solution, and go to them with what we think the solution may be. And let me add one little thing here, because I've done a little bit of research with the provincial government, and there are areas in many lower tier setups, just like we have here, where the lower tiers collect their garbage. They're responsible for it. They're allowed to do that. And there's no reason we couldn't do that. We just need to make sure that we can do it and then maybe organize it. And guess what? We'd be driving the boat, so to speak, at that point. So I think there are some solutions here and some very positive ones. And I certainly support Councillor Graziano in the sense that we need to figure out a way to get ourselves to a decision-making point, gather information, and then make some help the whole council make a decision. But I don't believe we can get there unless somebody takes the thing by the horns and drives it from a sort of a facilitation perspective. Otherwise, we're going to be flapping our gums forever. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Councillor Cooper can speak for himself about flapping gums.
Councillor Jarvis.
But I am in full agreement actually with everything that's been said, but I still think if we put a committee together, then the committee's got to come to council. Whereas if council makes a decision on the spot, we're there already. We don't have to wait for a committee report to come in. So what's the difference between four of us being a focus group or a committee and all of us being in COW discussing basically the same things? A lot of work's already been done, I know, from a previous committee that was put together. So there's data available that we've put together. I know that Councillor Hazelton worked with marinas and stuff. There's data we still need from district. And I know that Councillor Cooper's been asking for that, and some of it's been coming through, slowly but coming through. I still think we're better off in a COW environment going over this as a full council, because as I said, if a committee comes up with a report and comes back to council, council will start asking further questions. The committee will have to go back to work. We're just adding a layer. Whereas if council works together and comes up with a solution, we can take that right to the district. I don't think this is going to happen in one meeting as well. It's going to take more than one, but I think we're better off all together doing it. And it's got to be done.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. For 2.5 minutes maximum.
Yeah. It's not fair that you guys can hear what I'm saying. I can't hear what you're saying.
That's 2.5 minutes.
I just wasted half a minute. So I'm going to pick on some words here. And one of the words is committee. And I actually love the which one is it? It is the that statement, the first that statement in the resolution, that the mandate of the solid waste task force. So I guess what I'm getting at here is, and if I think what I understand Kristen trying to advocate for here is, we need people to go and do some heavy lifting with our residents and elsewhere, and bring those ideas back to what we can call a solid waste committee of the, or not committee of the whole.
Working group?
Working group. Okay. Anyways, what I'm getting at is, I don't think us showing up, call it on the 30th or whatever the date is, and talking about this is going to achieve what Councillor Graziano is trying to get at. He's trying to, I think, say we need people who are going to be doing some heavy lifting and researching and bringing ideas back. And my fear is the label committee puts a challenge on it, because if you create a committee, then you got to go update the terms of reference, and you're like, we're going to be June before we get that thing formalized. Whereas I think today we can establish a solid waste task force and say we're going to pick 3 or 4 people and say, okay, you guys, you can be called the task force, and when you talk to people you can say I'm on a task force, and you can raise the visibility issue, if you will, of that interaction, and then you can bring those ideas back to the meeting on the 28th, committee of the whole, where we can talk about it as a council, all of us. But I think there needs to be a structure, and I think that's what Kristen's getting at, is a structure of people who are us, but motivated and driven to do some heavy lifting.
Councillor Bocheck, do you want any last remarks before I do my last remarks and call a vote?
I'm hearing what's being said here, and I know we deal with this at district quite often where you have a committee and then you have a subcommittee. And the subcommittee is the specialists that go out and do the research and bring it back to the committee. So I get it. I understand it. I want whatever's most effective on solid waste because I'm tired of hearing about it. And it doesn't look like the district has a solution, but they certainly have mandates. And it would be nice if we got a copy of the provincial mandates so that we could better understand what the district is going through. And then we're not coming up with ideas that don't meet the provincial mandate. So there's education that needs to happen here, but whether this happens in a small committee or a committee of council, I don't really care, but it's got to be talked about, and it needs a lot of boots on the ground, a lot of footwork. And if that happens to be a subcommittee of council, then so be it.
The provincial mandate was very simple. They told district to close the bins, full stop. I mean, they wanted them to have any bins left over had to have ECAs and all that. And we know what the district solution is because they put it in their reports. They are going to close those bins, and if any marina wants to get an ECA, they'll keep those bins there. And otherwise, they're going to create more, whether it's waste depots or transfer stations, to replace the marina bins. That's what they're going to do. We don't have all the specifics of which particular piece of land is going to have more bins on it, but we know what they're going to do if we don't say otherwise. I just want to say, we've been talking in circles on this for 5 years. We've learned a lot. We've had a couple of reports. We have lots of information. We can talk about trying to get more data out of district, but I think there are some clear-cut, I'm going to call them challenges in front of us. I also want to tell you that your mayor is getting flipping impatient on this, and so if you think the meeting on the 28th is just going to be talking in circles, you've got another thought, another thing coming. Because I expect that we're going to sit down and narrow down this damn conversation to certain action items that we want to pursue to see whether this particular option that we talked about and got excited about February 28th is actually feasible. I got a couple of ideas I want to bring forward at that. I'm sure a couple of you might also have other ideas, and I want to talk about them. I don't want to talk about them with a committee of 2 other people and then have to come back to council. I want all councillors to be there to talk about these options, to recognize the challenges, to throw out ideas, and half the ideas that will be on the table won't survive the morning, I'm sure, but some of them will, and then we'll attack them. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this because I think we should have that meeting on the 28th first. Who knows? We may decide at the meeting of the 28th that we're going to send off a task force of 2 or 3 people to pursue this or that. There may be a combination of councillors and staff. I don't know. But I really do think we need a meeting where there's only one topic on the agenda, and that's solid waste, and we're going to spend the morning talking about it and talking about options and saying, and trying to be creative. And so that's my viewpoint. I'm not being critical of Councillor Graziano bringing this forward. I just simply think that we should attack it seriously as a council before we start creating a task force or a working group or a committee or anything else. Because unfortunately, after 5 years, I know, I'm sure I'm speaking for many of you, I've learned a lot. But we haven't narrowed down the focus nearly enough yet to continue the conversation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Cooper.
I know I'm beating this to death, but do we have anybody on staff that can facilitate this so that we don't, each of us are controlled and are blathering on, so to speak?
We got this timer that we're...
Yeah, I know we do, but do you have any suggestions?
Actually, I was, sorry, MacTier,
Yeah,
I was going to bring it up. I mean, obviously I need council permission to spend some funds, but I would strongly suggest us hiring a professional to help guide us on that day. So,
I'd love it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I have a motion in front of me. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas proper waste management is essential for the well-being and environmental sustainability of our municipality. And whereas the complexity and evolving nature of garbage-related challenges within our township require focused and dedicated effort. Now therefore be it resolved, Township of Georgian Bay establish a committee for municipal garbage issues hereinafter referred to as the Solid Waste Committee. Oh, my apologies to all of you. Let's start this all over again. I should turn my mic. I apologize. I get all excited. I forget to turn my mic on. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Whereas proper waste management is essential for the well-being and environmental sustainability of our municipality. And whereas the complexity and evolving nature of garbage-related challenges within our township requires a focused and dedicated effort. Now therefore be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay establish a committee for municipal garbage issues, hereinafter referred to as the Solid Waste Committee, and that the mandate of the Solid Waste Task Force shall include but not be limited to analyzing existing waste management practices and identifying areas for improvement, recommending effective strategies for waste reduction, recycling, proper disposal, and bin site locations and/or operations, advocating for initiatives and policies to promote community awareness and participation in waste management, and collaborating with relevant stakeholders, including the District of Muskoka, municipal departments, community organizations, and environmental agencies, and that the Solid Waste Committee shall consist of 3 members of council, appointed by council, and shall be empowered to engage with experts, seek public input, and present periodic reports and recommendations to the council, and that the committee terms of reference policy be amended to include the Solid Waste Committee. All those in favor?
Requested a recorded vote.
Okay, I thank you. I just got reminded by our clerk. Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, if we were to defeat this motion, would we get an optional motion with regards to the meeting of the 28th, or is 28th?
No, I've called that meeting already. Mayor. Councillor Hazelton.
So much for timing.
Timing. Could I offer a friendly amendment? We haven't voted yet, have we? I just want to change the words committee to task force, since we have committee, task force, committee. What, can we just have it all task force?
Per our terms of reference, it should be a committee, not a task force. We have no definition for a task force or a working group. We can't.
Fine, call it a working group. So anything but a committee that requires us to go through the committee terms of reference, go all that modifications, like we'll be in June before that thing comes back to enable us to have a committee, whereas we could have a working group or a task force or.
Yes, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so we're all understanding this is a working group, not a committee. Please don't make me read it. Is that, we all know what it says?
Every time it says either committee or task force, it now reads working group.
Okay.
And that is accepted, Councillor Graziano?
Okay. Okay. Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bochek, I went out of order. Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Not quite how that works, but okay. Mayor MacTier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion's defeated 2-5.
All right, thank you. What's this? Oh. Councillor Bochek, you can turn your mic on.
Just previous to this recorded vote, there was mention that we had a meeting on the 28th.
Yes.
That would be a Zoom meeting as well too, because I'll be out of the country on the 28th. Because if there's a decision made here to get a task force going, at that meeting. I would like to be a part of that. So I'm hoping that there would be a Zoom meeting.
There's no reason why it wouldn't be, but, or a hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid.
Yeah.
Hybrid, okay. Thank you.
All right. I have further to Zoomer Cooper, a secondary motion that was related to this whole thing, and that is, be it resolved that council directs staff to retain a facilitator for the Committee of the Whole Waste Management meeting scheduled for February 28th, 2024, and that staff be authorized to spend up to, you got a blank here. How much money do you want to spend on your $50? I think I only saw 5.
What?
Do I have a mover and a seconder for that motion? Council Cooper, would you move such a motion? Councilor Preco. Okay. Do I need to reread the motion? Sorry, Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. I have strong concerns with regards to this request. We are endeavoring to spend money on what could have been a free service earlier, and I don't quite understand why. Why is it that we felt that we could do this individually in a meeting, but now require a cost associated with the actual meeting? So we've endeavored to take what would have been a free workshop comprised of counselors to do what effectively now we're going to pay for to have done, and at what cost or what expense to the taxpayer.
Councilor Cooper, yes.
Because we've been talking about this for far too long. Thank you.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Let the record show that Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No. All right. No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
Councillor Jarvis, TC pumped storage proposal for Meaford, Ontario.
I hope this is a rather quick one. Everybody, I hope, has read the correspondence that's been provided either by me through this motion itself or via the GBA or other sources. I don't think I need to go through it all, other than to say that there's a pump storage, energy storage facility being proposed over on Meaford, the other side of the Georgian Bay, but on the Georgian Bay nonetheless. The municipality, a few municipalities over on the other side, town of Blue Mountains particularly, and then over here, the archipelago have already written letters of concern about this to the provincial government. It's been suggested we do the same. There are several aspects to this whole thing that perhaps are somewhat beyond our purview, namely the fact that it's a provincial situation with regards to the costs and future costs of doing this and other alternate sources of energy that might be better than this one itself. But my concern, and I think the concern we should all have over here, is the environmental cost. And a particular note is the fact that they're planning to flood an area up in the escarpment that has been for many years, since the Second World War, used for artillery as an artillery range. And there's no plan to clean it up before it gets filled with a ton of water that is to be filled and then drained regularly into the Georgian Bay, so that we end up with whatever's up there ending up in the bay, and then whatever's in the bay getting chewed up and spit back into the bay later on, namely whatever fish go into there. There is a record from TC Energy itself of a poor record on other projects that it's had, namely pipelines that have leaked. There is not enough environmental study done to date that would make this even come close to being a legitimate proposal. And I'm strongly suggesting that we fulfill this recommendation as I put out. It is almost totally identical to what the Archipelago put out, with the exception of a couple of words, namely one. They had in one of their whereas, a couple of their whereases, they used the word would. I've changed that to could. I don't think there's significant environmental study yet done for there to be it to be confirmed that things would happen, but it's a good chance they could. So that's what I've changed. Otherwise, it's identical to the letter put forward by the Archipelago.
I thought you said you didn't have to speak to this.
I think I was less than 2.5 minutes.
Any other comments? Councillor Cooper.
I won't even take 2.5 minutes, maybe 2.5 seconds. I certainly support doing this. This is concerning, and I think we need to voice our Georgian Bay opinion on this and protect this side of the bay and that side of the bay, and it could impact us as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I just question for Councillor Jarvis. Has anybody investigated the opportunities for a chained wake or a cable wakeboard park on that reserve? It looks like it's a perfect location and size and shape, and you could generate a lot of money from that.
I can answer that. I can answer that concern, sir. Mayor?
Councillor Cooper?
There is a wakeboard park that I sold the land over there about 2 years ago. It's a huge facility just south of there. Or in fact, right there almost. It is very close.
Okay.
Yeah. Already went.
Seeing
Don't need
no
another
other
one.
hands at the moment, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the independent electricity system operator has recommended to the Ministry of Energy that the TC Energy pump storage project on Georgian Bay should not be approved because it's a very bad financial deal for Ontario. And whereas the proposed TC Energy pump storage project in Georgian Bay could cause irreparable harm to the environment and could have significant negative impacts on the local animal, plant, fish, and human populations. And whereas the project could irreversibly alter and damage the unique ecological, cultural, and historical features of the area, putting at risk the important tourist industry, sport, and commercial fishing that relies on these natural benefits. And whereas the Department of National Defense have failed to adequately remediate environmental impacts of the military base over the years, making it a brownfield site, meaning that the area is already polluted and that the proposed project would can't pronounce that word, make worse the situation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay opposes the TC Energy pump storage project on Georgian Bay and urges the Department of National Defense to immediately implement measures to remediate the military base to ensure that the area is fit for human and animal habitation. And be it further resolved that the MOE cease their support of the project, accept the IESO recommendations that the project should not be approved, and therefore avoid placing an unnecessary financial burden on Ontario taxpayers. And be it finally resolved that this resolution be forwarded to all municipalities in the Georgian Bay Basin, the IESO, the DND, the Honourable Andre Kanjan, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Honourable Graydon Smith, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, Scott Aitchison, MP, Parry Sound, Muskoka, Diane Letbotier, Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard to request their cooperation in preventing this project from proceeding. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm voting in favor. And that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, support for Dr. Chow Fraser and wetland research.
Thank you, Mayor. I would assume that everybody's read this, and All we really need to do is focus on the fact that Dr. Charles Fraser is looking to get money from the government to do a whole lot more wetland research, and that's certainly in our interests, and we should support it as other townships already have.
I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a letter of support for Dr. Chow Fraser for her research work on coastal wetlands where she is applying to the funding stream of ECCC concerned with coastal wetlands and the Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiative. And that this letter be signed by Mayor Coetzee, and that this letter be provided to Dr. Chow Fraser no later than February 13th, 2024, which happens to be tomorrow.
Because she needs it the next day.
All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I make 7. So that is carried. What? Councillor Hazelton, support for the GBGLF Water Levels Initiative.
And once again, I'm going to assume everybody read the report, so we just dive down to the resolution, and this is our friend Mary Muter, who has done a lot of work with us and on our behalf in the past, and her organization is seeking to gather some funds from this funding source to assist in trying to determine what the impacts will be and the strategies could be to moderate the extreme water levels in Georgian Bay. And the resolution that we have in our package was for 1.5. She called me on Sunday afternoon and said it really needs to be 2. And the reason for that is because they thought they had bathymetric data for our geography. And apparently when they dug into it, they don't. And so they have put another plug number in there to do the bathymetric detail for our township, which again is good for us. So it's all good for us, good for us, good for us. I think we should just, once again, just support it and move on to the next item. There you go.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Predko.
I just would like to say, A, I support this, and B, I think it's important to note, especially the bathymetric information, if we can get that. Wow, that would be very exciting, because basically what it tells us is what the depth of the water is on the coast of Georgian Bay, so that if we're trying to develop a property, hey, you can actually get to it in low water, or you can't. And that would be incredibly important for our planning department to have. So I certainly am excited about that, but also the work is there, and the federal government wants to provide funds to study Georgian Bay. Let's do it. Thanks.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I actually, Councillor Cooper raised the point. I just wanted to confirm for anybody watching outside that isn't aware, bathymetric is the water depth, and that would provide us with the underwater contours that would be important in thousands of way for us. And of course, I'm 100% in favor of supporting this motion.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to prepare a letter of support for Mary Muter, Chair, Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation, for the application for $2 million of ECCC's Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiative to restore and protect critically important coastal areas, support community-based science, and bathymetric mapping of Georgian Bay, and that this letter be signed by Mayor Coetzee, and that this letter be provided to Mary Muter no later than tomorrow.
I guess it's hard to train the people that are asking for money to get their requests in sooner, but.
Well, actually, it's easy to train them. You just say no, and then they have to come back next year. All those in favor of this lack of training, and that is carried 7-0. Councillor Predko, activity park equipment.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I just wanted to note that as residents continue to move full-time to our township, the opportunities for recreation and community engagement becomes more important. Currently, our township does not offer any fitness opportunities or fitness programs. Residents who want to engage in fitness activities have limited options at the MacTier Memorial Arena, the Baxter Ward Community Center, and otherwise they leave the township to attend facilities and programming outside of our township. The township has underutilized park facilities, which include some equipment for children, but there's no fitness equipment geared to adults or cardiovascular or strength training activities. We have an opportunity to create a fitness park in our township. And a fitness park is a facility designed to incorporate strengthening exercise and endurance training aimed at creating multi-level challenges for active youth and adults. The equipment provides the ability for users to safely participate in compound movements for strengthening, endurance, and fitness for full body workout. The equipment can be used in a series of circuits in order to create a team-driven challenge or individual challenges. There might be opportunities for funding from provincial and federal organizations, and the request really is for staff to look at the feasibility of these types of equipment and whether or not there is opportunity for us to acquire it without impacting our budget for this current year especially. And otherwise, we're looking for a resolution for staff to do research into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Predko, there is an organization that does provide fitness on a regular basis in the community of Port Severn. It's called Lean Fitness. She offers a series of classes, does them remotely and in person at the Baxter Ward, and she has a plethora of equipment already. So I'd hate to be in competition with somebody in the private sector, just with respect to Port Severn and Honey Harbour.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and bear with me so I can get my camera on. Sorry, my Zoom crashed. I am concerned at the cost associated with perhaps something such as this. I would endeavor to say that if in the event that council is going to consider this, that we also consider doing something similar for the Baxter Ward facility here in Port Severn. Thank you.
Councillor Welch.
So that I'm clear on this, you're talking about an outdoor facility.
Yeah, so basically in other parks you might have seen there's a metal bar for doing chin-ups or pull-ups or other activities. There might be a balance beam that's 6 inches off the ground for people to practice strengthening and balancing exercises. I think the equipment does get more complex where you have kind of seated rowing machines or standing treadmill machines, but I think really what we're looking at is just some opportunities for people to get outside, take advantage of our parks, and provide some fitness benefit for themselves and potentially with others.
Awesome, thank you.
Good question.
Councillor Cooper.
Sorry, my hand, I can't seem to get to go up. So anyway, just quickly. So, Councillor Predko, this is essentially probably a 4-month facility. Would that be about right? I mean, if it's outdoors.
It would be permanent outdoor equipment, yeah. So it would be, I mean, it might be longer than 4 months. It might be 6 months, but it's not winter.
For the really hardy.
Well, it'd be accessible today.
Yeah, sure. Go have a good time. But anyway, okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood. There's not even a cover you're talking about. It's just monkey bars.
That wouldn't be the
whatever.
No,
Okay,
that wouldn't be the intention.
Thank you. But we don't have a cost here, so it's just it's to find out. I'm fine with finding.
Yeah, no, because I mean, you do see in other areas some parks where they have equipment like this, and sometimes it's well labeled, and sometimes it's just the bars put there, and it does vary. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that staff research options for an outdoor active outdoor fitness park. I think we got one extra for an active outdoor fitness park and provide analysis for pricing and feasibility for developing such a facility in Mrs. C Park and or Port Severn Park. And I'm going to say and or other areas of the township.
Other areas, sure.
Like Rendezvous Park. All those in favor? And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and mine makes 5 hands, so that is carried.
Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to offer a comment that sometimes I browse on Facebook and I'm being plagued with chair yoga for seniors these days. And I'm thinking maybe having some park benches would be useful.
There you go. Where am I? High-speed internet. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. Through your worship, across Ontario and through Muskoka, utilities have been building out high-speed internet as part of the Ontario Accelerated High-Speed Internet Program and through the Canada Universal Broadband Fund. High-speed internet has been fundamental in 2024 to residents and businesses being able to carry out basic communications and business activities. Even with these efforts, high-speed internet remains elusive in our township, especially in our community of MacTier and some of our other smaller town areas. Without high-speed internet, we're at a disadvantage to attract new businesses and residents who may be losing these to neighbor communities that can offer this basic infrastructure. I know the Director of Sustainability has worked with Cogeco to secure a commitment for high-speed internet in MacTier, but the initial implementation date of 2023 has come and gone, and there's no current communications or time commitments from Cogeco. We currently have no understanding of the future plans or the plans of the competitors like Bell or Rogers. What I'm hoping is that we would be able to entice a delegation or a deputation from Cogeco and potentially other telcos to provide information on plans and time commitments that they could provide this to our township. I think the lack of people being able to work reliably from home is an issue. I think education opportunities for our youth is an issue. And I don't think we can attract businesses without high-speed internet to be able to do full online transactions and high-speed streaming. And basically, we're looking for that invitation for Cogeco and others to come to talk to the township.
Thank you. Ms. Schneider, you wish to respond to this?
Absolutely. I think it's a very good idea. Staff are often handcuffed with the ability to push the providers. They're all legislated to provide internet, especially after the reverse bid. So we have a commitment from Cogeco, and we are constantly contacting them and including the counselor that's making the motion. So if we had something like this, then I can send it out and let them know that that we're watching very closely.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'd just like to say that this is a lovely idea. I'd like to ask if we could have a slightly different or a minor amendment. And that's in the resolution at the bottom. It says in our township. I think it should be in our entire township, not just our township. In other words, not just MacTier. There are 3,000 of our 5,000 household, 5,500 households that don't have proper internet. So why are we talking about? I know it says our township, but it talks a lot about MacTier. So I just want to make sure we're covering an initiative that would help everybody, as opposed to those that pick up their phone and maybe get, like myself, occasional service. Thank you.
But I'm also wondering, if I may, Councillor Cooper, this refers specifically to Cogeco, whereas there are a number of other suppliers, and so. Ms. Schneider.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cooper's right. There are other people that did get the reverse bid outside of MacTier that are stale and are their responses to us. So I believe the resolution is okay the way it is, the way it says our township. But if Councillor Cooper wants to clarify it, for example, Rogers did get the reverse bid for Honey Harbor and Cognition area, and again, we're hearing very little, so we can use that resolution for all of our areas of the municipality. If you want to outline it in the resolution, I would say Honey Harbor, the water properties outside of Honey Harbor, MacTier, inland lakes, and the community of Port Surf.
But I'm just wondering if we replace Cogeco with internet providers.
I think Councillor Cooper was looking for the word township to be modified, but honestly, there are so many providers that are involved in the reverse bid and we're not getting anywhere. So I'm happy to support however he wants.
So I don't know that it has to be Cogeco. I think it has to be service provided to the households in our township. And I realize that there are Rogers are available and Bell, but I can tell you the service that's over my cell phone. I don't want that. I'm talking about internet service that's real service. Isn't that what you're talking about here?
Through your worship, is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, please.
So yes, Rogers Home Advantage is the home provider for that won the bid for Honey Harbor area, not Rogers cell phone service. Cogeco did already win the bid for MacTier, which is why Councillor Predko is very specific about that. That has already been gone out through a public process and has been announced by the province. So the reverse bid does support other companies, you're right, but we already know who the winners are.
What was that last bit? I didn't hear the.
We already know who the winners of the bid are.
For MacTier.
For Honey Harbor as well.
Yeah, so, but that's only a little portion of our township. What about all the other people that aren't getting service? That's all I'm trying to encourage is that
Is there a winning bidder for Cognizant? Is there a winning bidder for Go Home Bay?
Go Home Bay, Go Home Lake.
Yeah, yes, it's Rogers.
So therefore, my question is very simply, are we making this a motion for MacTier full stop? Or are we making this a motion for the entire township? And if we're making a motion for the entire township, we have to make it for more than Cogeco.
I would prefer that you take out the provider and put in all the areas that you want referenced.
Okay, so I'm going to make a proposal and we'll see whether our mover agrees. But I'm going to say, be it resolved that staff contact all the internet service providers to determine what options and incentives may be available to encourage faster implementation of this crucial infrastructure in our entire township. And that staff invite Cogeco and staff invite these internet service providers to make deputations to council to update township on their plans of fulfilling their. So I'm trying to expand it to the whole township.
Okay, Your Worship, then I do agree with Councillor Predko in that case that we do need to have Cogeco come because Cogeco has been awarded it, and we do have to have Rogers come because Rogers was awarded it. I can't have Starlink come or like we've with absolute respect, we've already done this with service providers, and now we know who has won it, and so we should have them come and speak to us.
Okay. So just to clarify, I had no intention of my report focuses on MacTier, but I know it's an issue for the entire township, and I was trying to make sure the resolution wasn't MacTier specific. I wanted to include, but I didn't realize that Rogers was the provider or contracted provider for outside of MacTier. So let's just make sure that everything is included. That's the intent of this motion.
If we have Cogeco and Rogers in this motion, we then have the township covered?
Yes, Your Worship, you would based on what has been awarded already. There are other service providers that people can choose like Starlink and Lakeland, but they're at the moment not servicing our municipality.
Okay.
Well, that's not true. Starlink is servicing our municipality, but I have it. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'm trying to get this thing narrowed down. So I'm going to
Cogeco and Rogers.
I'm going to try this wording. Be it resolved, staff contact internet service providers to determine what options and incentives may be available to encourage faster implementation of this crucial infrastructure in our entire township, and that staff invite Cogeco and Rogers to make deputations to council to update township on their plans for fulfilling their previous obligations. All right, Councilor Graziano, followed by CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was trying to begin that we were in cow today. To our Director of Sustainability, is there, and forgive me, forgive me for the question, but is there a point to having Cogeco come to our offices? Can we go beyond Cogeco and MacTier if we so choose to do so?
They've won the bid. Are they the vendor on record now? We can't deviate. Is there a sunset clause with respect to their deployment and the availability within the community? Or is this a fait accompli? Are we stuck with them and they're just going to come here and tell us why they haven't done anything?
Through your worship, there is a sunset clause on Cogeco. I think it's the end of 2025 to meet the province's mandate of 50-10, 50 upload, 10 download, which of course is obsolete. I believe that Cogeco is a good solution for MacTier because they have coax cable to 5, which is really great for that community because that community already had cable through Cogeco, so they're coming back and using the infrastructure in people's homes already. They were successful in getting that bid, and that is, I suppose, as you say, fait accompli, but we are reaching out to them on a fairly regular basis, and we're hearing roadblocks. If they want to come to council, they can come and tell you the roadblocks. That would be great. It takes the pressure off me. But that is who has been chosen to service MacTier, Bala, and Port Carling. And then Rogers won the bid for Honey Harbor, the Lakeland areas, and all the inland lakes. They also have a sunset clause of the end of 2025. Some interior lake associations have gone their own route and chosen to put out an RFP like 6 Mile Lake. And then they were able to attract the attention of Bell. Consequently, immediately after that happened, Rogers came forward. So to answer portions of your question, I believe that my response is valid, but to answer other portions, I don't know the answer. I only know what has been awarded and provincially funded already.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, so just to understand this, then essentially we're MacTier is stuck with Cogeco. They have until 2025 in which to be able to provide internet service to the community. You've been asking what the delays were, and I'm sure they've been responding, and we are to assume that they likely will respond in kind here at council. And we would have to wait until the end of 2025 to determine whether or not there's another provider that we could then investigate. Is that correct?
The CAO wants to speak, so he chose me.
If I may, these companies have secured agreements with the province and the federal government. So they receive billions of dollars to make sure that the province has high-speed internet in every corner. They have until the end of 2025. So they have their own rollout plan. Council can ask Cogeco to come in a few months' time to say, are you gonna bring high-speed internet any faster to MacTier? The likelihood is no. They've already have their resources assigned to the various locations across the province. If we can ask them to come, we can ask Rogers, we can ask Bell, but they've already got this rolled out. They've got their agreements till the end of 2025, and when they get to us, they'll get to us.
Thank you. That's what I suspected. Thank you very much. Councilor Wojcik.
But there is other resources that other people can use.
Yeah.
It's not like you're left without any internet service in MacTier. Starlink will service anybody in the world, so there's all kinds. Yeah.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved that staff contact internet service providers to determine what options and incentives may be available to encourage faster implementation of this crucial infrastructure in our entire township, and that staff invite Cogeco and Rogers to make a deputation to council to update the township on their plans for fulfilling their previous obligations. All those in favor? And just about everybody voted for that, so that carries, including myself, for those who are wondering. And finally, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Council directs, be it resolved, the council directs staff to update procedure bylaw to formalize wording required for recording and live streaming of planning advisory committee meetings, and that council directs staff to begin this recording and live streaming beginning at the next plan advisory committee, and that council directs staff to work in parallel on preparing the updated wording of the procedure bylaw. Councillor Hazelton, do you wish to speak to that?
Sure.
Do I set the timer?
I don't talk that much, do I? Oh, anyways, so the planning committee have spoken about this on a few occasions. They are unanimous in their support for the recording and live streaming of the planning advisory committee. In our last meeting, we asked our clerk Way what we had to do, and she said somebody had to bring a resolution forward and get it approved by council, and that is what this is all about.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Welch.
Yeah, I support this 100%, and I'll tell you the reason was it was brought up by one of our members that the mandated minute taking of these meetings is very minimal at best. And if you want to go back and you want to say you happen to miss the meeting and you want to go back and look at the details, they're not there. It's just simple wording and no details. So I think this is a great step forward so that if you'd happen to miss a meeting, you can certainly get all the information because it'll be recorded.
Councillor Cooper.
I support it completely. It's transparency and communications with our constituents. Thank you.
Wow, so we have at least 3 votes in favor already. Anybody else want to vote in favor? So all those in favor. Well, and that is carried unanimously, and that's done. Now,
And a special thank you to our clerk for allowing us to bring this forward. Thank you.
sometimes she can find a way. Now. Be careful, because our next thing here is about 1 million bylaws to pass before we go into closed. A couple of these are probably not going to happen. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 bylaws, and all these bylaws are a consequence of the earlier report today in regards to the administrative monetary penalty system. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council Act Bylaw 2024-004, Administrative Monetary Penalty System Program. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved the Council Act Bylaw 2024-005, Burning Bylaw Amendment, AMPS. All those in favor? And that is carried 5-7. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved the Council Act Bylaw 2024-006, Clean Yards Bylaw Amendment, AMPS. All those in favor? And that is carried 6-7. Oh, 6 of 7. Thank you for that correction. 6-1. Is that better? Sorry about that. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved the Council Act Bylaw 2024-007, Fireworks Bylaw Amendment, AMPS. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is also passed 6 in favor. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved the Council Act Bylaw 2024-008, Noise Bylaw Amendment, AMPS. All those in favor?
No, I won't be voting on that, so can you remove the movement?
Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper. Seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved the Council Act Bylaw 2024-008, Noise Bylaw Amendment, AMPS. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I make 5. 5 in favor, 2 against. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2024-009, being a bylaw to appoint screening officer. All those in favor? And that is carried, 6 in favor. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. You want your name off of this too, as we're going, this is for appointing the hearing officer.
No, thank you. None of the bylaws. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2024-010, being a bylaw to appoint hearing officer. All those in favor? 1, 2. And that is carried 5-4, 2 against. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2024-11, fees and charges bylaw amendment, Appendix G. All those in favor? And that is carried, 5 in favor, 2 against. And that is all those bylaws. One moment, please. The code of conduct bylaw has been withdrawn based on our earlier discussion, so we'll be not voting on that one. And now we have moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2024-012, the 2024 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. 5 in favor. That is carried. All right. And now we're going to do that closed thing. Yes, I can. But before we go into closed, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council does not extend past 4:30 p.m., but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? All right, most have voted in favor. I got at least 5, so that is carried. Now this one. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocheck, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). 1. Council closed minutes of December 11th, 2023. Planning Council closed minutes of December 12th, 2023. Special Council closed minutes of January 8th, 2024. Special Council closed minutes of January 31, 2024. Committee appointments, CAO KPI settings, and legal files listing. Now be it resolved that the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moved into closed session at 3:47 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are now in closed, and I'm going to suggest that we take 10 minutes to get there so that we can stretch our legs and take a bio break if necessary. Thank you. Are we ready to roll? Oh, somebody's speaker's on. Okay, we got 7 resolutions to get through. Or motions, I should correct myself. Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 5:40 p.m. All those in favor? And I'm seeing more than enough hands, so I'm saying that's carried. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the Council closed minutes of December 11, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? I'm seeing lots of hands. That is carried. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved the Council adopts the Planning Council closed minutes of December 12, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? I see hands before I finished reading. That is carried. And if somebody says I miscounted, yell. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved the Council adopts special Council closed minutes of January 8th, 2024. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. That's carried. Be it resolved the Council, moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved the Council adopts the special Council closed minutes of January 31, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I think this one was actually unanimous. Moved by Councillor Jarvis. Sorry?
Like this all day.
Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved the Council adopts bylaw 2024-013 to confirm the proceedings of the February 12, 2024 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved the council is now adjourned. Oh.
No, it's fine because we're doing
Adjourn at 5:41 p.m. until March 4th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried, and we are now closed.